6 chill, for real.
Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah.
Shalom, Israel. Shalom. And welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We have made it through another week to make it to another Shabbat. So Shabbat Shalom to all you online and here in class. We are located here at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, and that's Houston, Texas, 77071. Our class times are 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Monday and Wednesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You're in their Sabbath morning class, which is from 10 till, 10 will finish answering questions and the reading. We have another location out in San Antonio, Texas. They're at 4444 Walton Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. Their class times are Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7:30 to 10. And their Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. We have another location out in Virginia, that 2016 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. and that's Eastern Standard Time. And their Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. So if you're in the Virginia, Norfolk area, surrounding areas, Virginia Beach, make your way to class. Make your way to class, do what the scriptures say, gather together. Don't hang back and say, I'm gonna catch it next time, or I'll be up there next week. There's no better time than the present. So if you're watching us and you're in Virginia, make your way up to class. Attend class, get to know the brothers out there. Same way with San Antonio and here. Don't just hang back and watch online if you can make it to class. It's a whole different experience actually being in class versus watching online. So, we have an upcoming feast right around the corner, the Feast of Purim. That will be February 23rd and 24th. So if you haven't marked your calendars already, get it marked. Get that day off, get that time off, so you come kick it and enjoy some sweet fellowship. Also, the Super Bowl of Israelite holidays, holy days, is the Passover, which will be April 4th. And we'll be celebrating that in San Antonio. You can RSVP. And the RSVP is in the description box, so check it out. If you haven't done it already, get it done so we can get that head count in. And if you're getting a garment, fill out the information, get that dough in ASAP, so that the sisters can get the material together and start getting the garments together. And that the due date for the garment is to have the money in is on the 28th.
The form is in the description box for them to.
Okay, yeah. So the form is in the description box for you to fill out, and the due date to have the money in is by the 28th. So let's get it in ASAP. We have other YouTube channels and other ways to be to stay connected with the information, with the wisdom. We got Blog Talk Radio hosted by Priest Mashaba, and there's a wide variety of other teachers on there. Priest Nagaya, Priest Tazapah, Priest Banabah. Good brothers, very sound teaching, very experienced brothers. So check them out on the Blog Talk. And on Sundays, they also do a kids class. Here in Houston, we're also doing the kids class as well. We have other YouTube channels that we like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. Of course, the one that you're on right now, the San Antonio one, the one in Virginia, the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Show, and the Israelite Media Corps. All very good tools to help you and aid you on your learning process and on your ministry wherever you're at. So you can shoot people a link, a class, let them know what it's about. If you're not able to fully bring it out. Israel will not be accepting orders right now.
Shawasha said to the end of this month.
They're going to accept. Oh, so Israel will accept to the end of the month. Remember, we still got the Friends Up subscription. You know, if you haven't subscribed yet, you know, you get a headband and a decal T-shirt for $75. And it's a monthly subscription, so you don't even have to think about it. It just keeps coming in monthly. Or you can just get a T-shirt for $35. And again, it'll have some kind of biblical decal on it, fringed up already, border of blue, looking righteous. So that's isbhbk.com/fringed up. Here in Houston, we have the Hebrew Academy every Tuesday, and in Virginia, we have it every Wednesday. In the Hebrew Academy, we teach brothers how to gain order, structure, when we go out and do flyers, street speaking, and whatever other events that we participate in. Order and structure, and we teach brothers how not to just be students forever, but how to also graduate to become teachers and leaders in Israel, because, you know, like the scripture says, the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. So we teach brothers how to add their brick, put their brick in, and be a part of the ministry. So if you're not in the Hebrew Academy and you desire to do more in Israel, join the Hebrew Academy. It don't matter where you're at. Call us up, hit us up, and we'll send you the link whenever we're doing the Hebrew Academy. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Kwatazap at 303-557-8979. Please text only during class, and if you do call, please be respectful when you do call and speak to the priest. We have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance, where we sell your aromatherapeutic oils, your body butters, your bath salts, your bath bombs, your soaps. Soaps are very dope. You haven't got you a soap yet? You need to get you a soap. Get you a Versace soap or Armani soap. You know, something delicious to bathe in and keep yourself smelling good. We got the cologne fragrance oils for men and the perfume fragrance oils for women. So check it out, Sweet Ambiance. You know, everything that you buy from Sweet Ambiance, it supports the school. So, you know, you're getting a little something and you're supporting the school at the same time. So check it out, sweetambiance.com. If you want to make any donations or give anything, alms, offerings, you know, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That information should be there on the screen, or you can Zelle it to us. If you want to mail anything to the school, we are in need of books, pens, papers, notebooks, highlighters, apocryphers, dictionaries. We're trying to build a school library for brothers and sisters that are in the audience so they can actually look at these history books when they come in. If you have anything that you want to buy or donate, you know, hit us up. If there's any particular book that you want to know about buying, hit us up. We'll let you know. We'll let you know what we got and what you can drop, what you can offer up. So we can build that library. And that's it for the announcements. Again, Shabbat Shalom. You know, it's good that we actually made it through another week. Everyone happy, whole, safe, and healthy. Khan. And you know what we do at this time? We do the Sabbath morning ceremony, set up these prayers. Imadium, Panua, Yerushalayim, which means stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latalanawa.
Latalanawa.
Awar.
Awar.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
The light represents, oh, blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. So the light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 states, let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father, that which is in heaven.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latalanawa.
Latalanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Na'atata.
Na'atata.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. So the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. In Psalms chapter 141, verse 2, it states, let my prayers be set forth before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Latalanawa.
Latalanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Ainashah.
Ainashah.
Ayanum Yah.
Ayanum Yah.
Al-Aharim.
Al-Aharim.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Yabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Isariah.
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 Yabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratizah.
Wa'aratizah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lanathan.
Lanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasha'allah.
Yasha'allah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemariah.
Shemariah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazaliah.
Tazaliah.
Al.
Al.
Yum Yum Yah.
Yum Yum Yad.
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 Hashemash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakayah.
Hakayah.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Walabana. Excuse me. Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Makol Rai.
Makol Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabawa'aya.
Wabawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ayolam.
Wa'ayolam.
Aman.
Aman.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 2, Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. By Hashem Yahushai. The water from Yad Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Shema Yasha'allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
So that's, hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Kodash,
Kodash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malak with Ka,
Malak with Ka,
Taba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ba'aratazah,
Ba'aratazah,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashamayim,
Bashamayim,
Latananawa,
Latananawa,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Ko,
Ko,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalak Nawa,
Wasalak Nawa,
Kabawak Nawa,
Kabawak Nawa,
Kasalak Nawa,
Kasalak Nawa,
Kabawak Yanawa,
Kabawak Yinawa,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Babiyanawa,
Babiyanawa,
Banasai 1,
Banasai 1,
Abo,
Abo,
Habashai Nawa,
Habashai Nawa,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rad,
Rad,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Hamalakwa,
Hamalakwa,
Wa'ala,
Wa'ala,
Wa'tapa Wa,
Wa'atapara,
La'aiwa Lumyum,
Wa'abalanyam,
Aman.
Aman.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Aman. Ha,
Ha,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Matazawa.
Matazawa,
The Ten Commandments.
Number 1, La'ah,
La'a,
Hakaya,
Hakaya,
excuse me, La'ah,
La'a,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Ahoyim,
Ahoyim,
Panya, Al-Panya,
Al-Panya.
excuse me,
Do it again.
La'ah,
La'a,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Ahoyim,
Ahoyim,
Al-Panya.
Alpanya,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
2, La'ah,
La'a,
Ta'aisha,
Ta'aisha,
Laka,
Laka,
Fasol,
Fasol,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
3, La'ah,
La'a,
Talakwa'ah,
Talakwa'ath,
Shem,
Shem,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa.
Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
4, Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakwadashwa.
Akadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5, Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Wa'amaka.
Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6, La'ah,
La'a,
Taratazak.
Taratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
7, La'ah,
La'a,
Tana'ah.
Tana'at,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8, La'ah,
La'a,
Takana.
Taganam,
Thou shalt not steal.
9, La'ah,
La'a,
Ta'aina,
Ta'aina,
Shakur.
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10, La'ah,
La'a,
Tachamad,
Tachamad,
Ko,
Ko,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
Lara'aika,
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahushai,
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
the water,
Tawad,
Tamyad,
Tamyad,
Aman.
Aman.
Yeshabium, which means be seated.
That was the price. Got to be here to get those.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Without delay, let's get into this reading. Ooh, it's a brisk one outside.
Oh, yeah. Some brothers just,
I ain't gonna lie. Them covers, that blanket was mighty. It was a struggle to get up. I ain't gonna lie, man. It looks like a winter outside. It's cold. I did not want to get out the bed. Yeah, so let's warm myself up with this spirit, right? Let's get some of this spirit in us. Some of the spirit. Yeah, so today we're going to be in Exodus, the 21st chapter. We're going to be in Isaiah. We're going to be in Matthews. You know, we're going to be touching on, just when you get into this Exodus, this is going to be, remember, what did we get? What did we get from Mount Sinai? What's that?
10 Commandments.
We got, the Most High gave us the 10 Commandments, right? He gave Moses the 10 Commandments along with the other various 600 plus laws. But now Moses is going and reciting the law giving them the different laws and commandments and statutes. So what's going to happen is, as we read this, it's just going to be jumping around into a lot of different laws, a lot of different covenants, covenant laws. Where are we reading to? 23?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to just
24.
24. You're going to get different type of laws of marriage. You're going to get, you might get some sacrificial law in there, but you're going to get various laws on how to deal with your brother, civil laws, moral laws, laws about if you kill a man, laws about marriage, laws about having servants and how you deal with them. So, it's going to kind of jump around in these chapters, but it does give you, we are going to go through some various laws, all right? So, and it's going to get colder. Yeah, I know, bro. Moshe, you up there in, where's Moshe, in Dallas? Yeah, I know it's bricky up there. Ooh.
Fort Worth?
No.
Arkansas.
No, Moshe's in Arkansas.
Yeah,
David, right. David is in Dallas. Yeah, man, y'all, I hope y'all brothers are staying warm. Cause, man, I wasn't ready for this one. This is like bring your pets in, bring your plants in. I didn't bring my plants in, man. My plants are gonna be mad at me. But let's bring up the first brother. Let's salute him in. Let's get the show on the road.
Ramiro, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala, Mem Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashai Barakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, 21 in Dallas. Yeah, that pileup up in Fort Worth, man. That was because of a little bit of black ice. That was what, 100-car pileup?
Neighbor ice.
Yeah, and that's. I grew up with black ice, so I guess if you're not used to it and you driving in that, and I guess the way the weather changed so quick up there and all that rain, I can see how that happened.
It's also because I feel like people in Texas just like to drive fast and like my husband calls it boss hog. And
Yeah, they like to.
like choo choo choo. in
Yeah,
the lane.
they like to do that. They like to do that in the lanes when it's raining because they got a big truck. None of them big trucks survived in that pilot.
Yeah, I watched the video and it's just like, you just see them pile, like just
Car after car.
I think they have time to stop and don't when it's like
Now when you got black ice, you will slide.
And then we don't got the tires for it.
Yeah, because y'all don't, yeah. Yep, wear the same tires for years because ain't no weather out here. Yeah, so, everybody be careful. Be careful. It's supposed to get colder. Monday, it's Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday. They already closed down school for Tuesday up north. They already closed school. Yeah, they're like, nobody come to the building because it's supposed to get colder. And this is just North Texas, this is just North Houston. This ain't even like Dallas and further up Texas where, it gets a lot colder. So, Oklahoma, places like that. Most High covered me as I was on my way to Dallas in my truck. Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm glad brothers is all right. So, gotta be careful. The angels will protect thou. God, it was crazy. All right, so we're at Exodus 21st chapter in the first verse. So he's going to read from there. Make sure you read loud, clear. Let's do it.
Exodus 21:1. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
Right, so what were some of the circumstances you would buy? What were the circumstances in which you would buy a Hebrew servant? Who remembers? Who knows?
You got it?
In order to pay off a debt.
Right, in order to pay off a debt. If he, what else? Pay off a debt, what else? There's more than one reason why you would get you a servant. Now, remember, there's a difference between a slave and a servant. Y'all know that, right?
Yes.
When we came to America as what?
Slaves.
What does the scriptures call it?
Bondage.
Yeah, but what is the script? A slave man or a slave woman was what? What?
A bond man.
Bond
a bond
man
woman.
or a bond woman. So when you got them, they weren't getting paid. You took them, they served slavery. We served slavery. We didn't come here as indentured servants. We didn't come here as paid servants or anything like that. We served bondage, hard rigor, just like in Egypt. Somebody give me some tissue, please.
I like how you stated that, because now in the American education system, they're now trying to institute in history books that people came indentured service. They came, left their countries where they came from to seek a better life, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? I was looking at something, and I gotta actually find it, but I was reading somewhere that the American government, they acknowledged slavery. That America was wrong for putting us in slavery, but in their little paperwork they put whatever, the next statement in no wise implies like guilt or any type of recompense. We'll acknowledge what we did, but y'all can't come back and use this as a way to get money or reparations or any type of bring America to court type deal. So it's funny because they contradict. They acknowledge it, but then they want to deny it. All the wiping out, all that little facade of we're gonna take down all the slavery monuments, right? We're gonna, you go to like Georgia and all these places, they wiping out all the monuments in Austin, and that's a facade. They're trying to cover up their wrongs, and trying to disannul what happened. They ain't trying to give us no type of equality or freedom. That's a facade for them, for their next generation, to hold themselves pure. You see that? There's no benefit in them knocking down Christopher Columbus statue. That's no benefit for us or for the natives. That's for them to say that, oh yeah, we were good in history. You see that? So yeah, they'll try to erase history, but his story, when you win the wars, when you got the biggest gun, you can write whatever you want. And people are going to believe it. You can make anything true. So go to what other reasons? Let's jump back. What other circumstances would cause a man to have to be sold as a servant? I got to know this. First of all, can y'all take? Are we supposed to take our own brothers as slaves? Okay, so give me the scripture. Put some more frankincense on that coal, please. Or did y'all put it out? Go to Leviticus. Go to Leviticus 25, verse 39.
59 or 49?
39.
39?
Yep.
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39.
Right.
And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor.
Right, so not only was it to pay off a debt if he be waxing poor, right? If he got to the point where it was like, man, I can't sustain myself. Let me put myself under this yoke for under someone else. Then that's what it was. Go ahead.
And be sold unto thee,
Right?
that thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant.
Right. Meaning what? What does that mean? Well, there was some form of payment for his service. He was either paying off that debt or you paid that man. But more than likely, he was just going to be paying off. He was going to be working off a debt. Who worked for a wife? Who worked a debt for a wife?
Jacob.
Right. He worked 7 years for his wife, right? And then he worked another 7 for the, right? It was Rebecca and Leah. Not Rebecca and Leah. Rachel and Leah. Rachel and Leah. Excuse me, I get those two confused sometimes. It was Rachel and Leah. He worked as a servant to Laban, not as a bondservant, because then he wouldn't have got no recompense. So go ahead.
But as a hired servant.
What, as a what?
As a hired servant.
Right, a hired servant is getting some form of payment. Read.
And as a sojourner.
Right.
He shall be with thee.
Right.
And shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee.
Right, the year of release. Right, so let's jump back. Y'all got that, right? Right, jump back to Exodus. Continue on.
21, Exodus 21, verse 3. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master had given him a wife, and she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master, and he shall go out by himself.
Right, so you understand now why when Jacob was fleeing Laban, he kind of did it. When you read that story of Jacob, Laban, his wives and children, well, what happened? Well, he served for a while. He served for 2 wives. He ended up having children with them. And then now it's time for him to leave. He kind of has to sneak out from under Laban. Why? Because, I mean, technically by law. Remember when Laban said, those are my wives and those are my children? Technically by the law, Laban was correct.
Yeah.
So, but Jacob was like, let me slide up out of here, because really, you've been cheating me this whole time.
Right.
You've been cheating me this whole time, so the least you can do is give me my wives and my kids. But he knew Laban didn't really have a high moral standard. Right? He wanted to keep the laws that he wanted to keep to benefit himself. So he was like, he was going to keep this law right here, like, oh, well, I gave you those women. So the women and the children, if you want to leave, you can go, but those are mine. You see that? Think about it. Who else tried to do that to us? The Egyptians. Remember when they said, yeah, you men, you can go, but leave the women and children? They tried to treat it as if those women and children were theirs. Yeah, the men, y'all can go. Y'all can leave, but the women and children got to stay behind. Because from the women and children, we could create more slaves.
True.
You see that? So they'll try to use the law to benefit themselves. Laban tried to do it to benefit himself. That's why Jacob had to kind of just, leave under the cover of the night and basically sneak away. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 5. And his servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children. I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the door post. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl.
With an awl.
With an awl, and he shall serve him forever.
Right. So when you look up that awl, so basically this is literal. This is literally what you would do to. You're basically, you know how they brand cattle?
Yeah.
Or they used to brand cattle. I don't think they still do that. They still brand cattle, or they just do the air tag. They do the air tag, right? So, I mean, where do they get that from? You're tagging that cattle to let people know what?
That's yours.
That's your cattle. That's your property. So A-U-A-L, all. All. Yeah, when you look up an all, and when you go to the images, let's see here. It's gonna give me something good or something weird. Am I spelling it right? A-U-L, slot. A-U-L. And when you go to the images, yeah. I wish we could show y'all on the line, but all you gotta do is look it up. If we start typing stuff on the computer, it's gonna start buffering. That's why we don't put up photos anymore for a while. We're gonna get that worked out here pretty soon. But you have something, all is like an ice pick. That's what it looks like an old school ice pick. Wooden handle, long, thick ice pick needle that comes out of it. You take that servant to the door, bow, and you put a ring in his ear. That's your servant. He's basically saying he decides that he wants to be with you for life. So it was showing that he committed to a vow. You see that? And that all would denote, hey, that is my servant. He's part of my household. So that way we ain't fighting over servants. He can't all of a sudden, after 5 years, he changed his mind. Yeah, I don't like it here no more. You know what I'm saying? They treating the other servants better than me. They getting higher wages. You already agreed. You know how you do it at your job? When you work for a job for like a certain amount of time and then they bring in a better employee than you? Or a worse employee, but they pay him more?
Yeah.
And you start getting unhappy or you start getting lethargic and bored? There wasn't that in this situation. You agreed to be with that family for your life. All right? So this was a literal piercing into the air. Bloop, bloop, right up in there. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Con. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And if a man tells his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as a maidservant do.
No, read it again.
And if a man tells his daughter to be a maidservant,
Right?
she shall not go out as a manservant do.
Right, so the maidservant wasn't going to be doing the work of the manservant. So what does that show you? There is no equal, even in servitude, there's no equality. Right? Even in servitude, there ain't no women's rights.
There ain't no yes we can?
Yeah, there ain't no yes we can or however they did that. There was women's work and there was man's work. So you wouldn't expect a woman to go out and plow the field. That was man's work. That was a manservant that would do that. But what a woman would do, the woman's work. So she would probably be doing what? What did a maidservant do? She had a maid. She would be there. She would brush her hair. She would tend to the maid, right? She would do her nails. She would, prep her clothing. Probably serve her meals.
Ice water.
Do what?
Fetch water.
Yeah, just simple things. Water, nothing that was going to be backbreaking for a woman. You see that? So even in a servitude setting, the Most High still had a standard of how a woman was supposed to carry herself. There were still delicate jobs that a woman was going to do, and there was man jobs that you brawly, big back Negroes was going to do. But look at America, how they did us. They had you out there picking cotton regardless. They had you plowing fields regardless. It didn't matter. If you was a man, woman, and child, you was in that field. You was in that field doing, they had no discretion. They had no discretion. So, people say, well, the white man used the Bible to put us in slavery. This is the white man's book. Well, they used it all wrong if that was the case. They didn't even use it right.
God.
They didn't do what the Bible said even in a servitude situation. Y'all see this? Right, so all, modern day word. All would be the modern, A-W-L. But if you look up A-U-L, it brings up some images also.
Yeah.
But A-W-L would be, she's absolutely right about that. And they call it a stitching awl. Right, so y'all understand that, right? Right. So she don't go out as the manservants do. Read.
Verse 8. If she please not her master, who has betrothed
Betroth.
her, to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power.
Right, so if a man sold his daughter into servitude, the man that bought her could betroth her as a wife. That was part of it. He could betroth her. Now it's telling us here, then shall he let her be redeemed. Right? So basically she'd be free from servitude. She'd be his wife now. But it says, to sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power. So he couldn't buy this woman and then sell her to a strange nation. So remember, this is talking about Israel dealing with Israel. This is talking about us dealing with each other. You see that? So I couldn't buy his daughter, betroth her, and then, you know what? I need a little extra dough. Let me go over to the Canaanites real quick and see what they want to do with her. No, I couldn't sell her to another nation. Like, remember Joseph and his brothers?
Yeah.
They got him sold into captivity through these other nations. One being the Midianites. So that was wrong. That was wrong. We didn't sell our people into servitude to other nations. But we can definitely put ourselves in servitude to each other, because it was supposed to be, okay, before I say it, why could we do it to each other and not to the other nations? Go ahead.
We actually had a standard on what we did and how we dealt with our people.
Right, and we're reading it. The law is right here on how to deal if you fell into these situations. We had the law, right? Go to Psalms 147:19 real quick. Go to Psalms 147:19-20. Somebody else get Psalm 70:85.
Psalm chapter 147, verse 19.
Right?
He showeth his word unto Jacob.
Go ahead.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
The world?
Israel.
The nations?
Israel.
Right. He gave his statutes and judgments to Israel. So all the statutes and judgments he gave to us to be able to deal with us. And the other nations, yes. But the problem was the nations weren't going to hold the standard. Go ahead.
He have not dealt so with any nation.
Go ahead.
And as for his judgment,
and as for the judgments, the judgments are what? Well, if a man kill a man, that's the judgment, how you dealt with the situation. Right? He said, as for the judgments, go ahead.
They have not known them.
They have not known them. Read.
Praise ye the Most High.
Psalm 78. 5, right? Read it.
Psalm 78 and 5.
Is that what I want?
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
For he established a testimony in Jacob.
Yeah, go ahead.
And appointed a law in Israel.
Go ahead.
Which he commanded our fathers.
Right.
That they should make them known to their children.
Go ahead.
That the generation to come might know them.
Right, so he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed his law in Israel. Go ahead.
Even the children which should be born.
Go ahead. Is that it?
No. Who should arise and declare them to their children?
Who shall do what?
Who should arise and declare them to their children?
Right. You see that? So these laws and statutes, man, the nations weren't going to uphold the standard. We already know that. Why? Because we're coming out of Egypt. They had zero standard. They had zero standard. They let you work they let you work in slavery 80 years, 10-day work weeks, dealing all types of abominations, serving all types of gods. Y'all see that? Right. So, jump back to Exodus.
Exodus verse 8. Last precept.
21 and verse 8, right?
21 and verse 8. Last precept. Seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her, and if he have betroth her unto his sons, he shall deal with her after that the manner of daughters.
Right, you see that? So it says, and if he betroth her unto his son, because he could sell me his daughter as a maidservant, and I can say, you know what? My son needs a wife. I could betroth her to my son. Go ahead. Now she's no longer in servitude. She's loose from that because she's about to be married. So it said you deal with her as a father, deal with a daughter. Go ahead.
Verse 10, if he take him another wife,
right,
her food, her raiment,
right,
and her duty of marriage shall be not diminished.
Right. So, you know, this is thrown in there. Why? Because you had these situations where you might have bought a few, you might have bought a few maid servants, right? And you might have betrothed one or two of them. And what happened? You might have you might have got you one last year, and then a brother might come and say, listen, man, I'm in this debt, or I owe you, listen, here's my daughter to cover that debt. And you might say, well, okay, she could be a second wife. So what it's telling you is that the first wife, don't take the second if you couldn't fulfill the duties to the first. So it's telling you, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. You couldn't substitute one for the other. You were supposed to be equipped to say, well, I'm taking on now this other woman. I have to make sure I provide for her. Remember, she's coming into a situation where you're literally the provider because you're buying her through a servitude or getting her through a situation of, when we read this in context, verses 7 all the way down to verse 11 are all in context of getting a maid servant and how to deal with her. Yes, we do go to this scripture to show that any brother, you get a second rib or whatever you do, you got to make sure that you're still holding the standard with the first one. Go ahead, read.
Verse 11, and if he do not these three unto her,
right,
then shall she go out free without money.
Right, you see that? So it's telling you right here, if he don't keep his level of standard with her, if he don't do these three things, raiment, food, and marital duties towards her, she's free to go without money. Now you can't use this right here to try to leave your husband. Sorry, it don't work like that. You didn't come in as a maid. You didn't come in as a maid servant.
Or you can't use this to let your rib go.
Or you can't. Yeah, like I'm gonna stop feeding her. She didn't come in as a maid servant. Stop it.
You don't get nothing when you walk out this house.
Right?
It says you walk away with no money.
That's it. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't paying no alimony. Right. Go ahead, read. Now this is gonna go into another. So that's one context of scriptures. So now it's gonna jump into another topic. Watch. So that was dealing with servitude, right? Basically 21:1 down to verse 11, and it gives you having a maidservant or manservant in different contexts, in different situations. Now this is going to go into another subject. Go ahead.
Verse 12, he that miteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
Right.
And if a man lie not in wait, but the Most High deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee.
Right. So if a man lie not in wait, but the Most High deliver him into his hands, that means basically something happened by accident. So when it says the Most High delivered him into his hands, not a technical like, oh, the Most High put him in front of the axe and you chopped him in half, but you were swinging the axe and you swung back and the butt of the axe flew off and it hit him and killed him. He was in the hand of the Most High.
So the Most High set that up.
Hey, that was the Most High. That's what it's saying here, right? So it's giving you two contexts of a man dying at the hands of another man. Right. The first one.
Oh no.
The first, it says, if a man, he that smiteth the man so that he dies shall surely be put to death. Right? So, but then it goes and shows you the context is. One is going to be talking about premeditated first-degree murder. One is going to be talking about accidental homicide. That's they call it manslaughter. Here they call it first-degree murder or premeditated murder, right? If you kill somebody on purpose, right? I'm gonna go get my gun, load it, walk up to you. I'm gonna put it on Facebook, record it, and shoot you. It's premeditated. It's premeditated. Now I might be driving my car, and I might look down, look up, and I'm in the back of your car. You know who did that? Brandy, the singer. Oh no, but she killed somebody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she killed somebody on the 405 or the I-10 or something. Yeah. She looked down at the phone, looked up, bam, right in the back, and whoever was in the car, somebody died. So that was a manslaughter. I don't think she went to jail. She probably did a little community service, paid some dough, restitution. But there's a difference between premeditation and then you got different degrees of manslaughter. You got vehicular manslaughter now. Driving drunk and you kill somebody. Vehicular manslaughter, DWI. There's many different degrees of the law in America, but it's giving you, okay, there's an accident and there's not. You see that? So go ahead.
Oh, yeah, what I was going to say is we had a situation at my house with Brother McGunn. We were chopping like some thick weeds because my grass had got a little overgrown. And we had a machete that Yashikar brought. And Lakara was hacking at this weed, and then he hacked and went back, and the blade flipped off towards my gun, and we were just like, "Damn!" It don't like if it would went to his head, he would be dead. But it like just went to the side, and we're like, "Oh, you know what? The machete was broken off." And we're like, we just start thinking about the law.
Yeah. Listen, I tell y'all the story about when I was in high school. We had cutting class. This was a check. Cutting class. Mm-hmm. Went down to the one of the homegirls' house. The whole house, we there popping popcorn, chilling, music bumping. And I don't know why we start playing with knives, like the kitchen knives. I think we was cutting something up. Yep, and I did one of these, and the knife flew out of the bud. My guy Tony, he was standing like just chilling, and it flew by, same thing, bam, right in the wall. And we looked at each other, and everybody packed up everything, and we went right back to school. I was so scared. Come on, man, you got a bunch of black kids in an all-white neighborhood. This is when I lived in an all-white neighborhood in Colorado. This is when the neighborhood was all Esau. Brand new subdivision, all Edomite school, all Esau. So you got a bunch of black kids drinking. Somebody was definitely smoking some weed at that time. I don't think I was smoking at that time. Remember, this is high school, so this is 20 plus years ago. But yeah, they was definitely smoking. They was definitely drinking. I didn't drink and smoke. I was an athlete, so I didn't drink and smoke. But I definitely did school. But even that, who would have been like, oh, that was an accident? They wouldn't have been like, that's an accident. Bro, I'd have been in jail right now for life. Murder. Murder. You see that? A lot of accidental. There's a guy that this just happened last week. He's in his, I think he's like at his grandpa's house or uncle's house, and he sees a gun and he doesn't think it's loaded. He pulls the trigger, bow, busts through the wall, through the TV. His uncle's laying in the bed, wife right next to him. The bullet comes and just hits him right in the head. Kills him. Wife sitting right next to him. They took him to jail. They're talking about, it definitely wasn't no manslaughter. They had a higher, I think they took him to like 3rd degree murder or something like that. Yeah, it was above manslaughter. Cause why? They trying to get them convictions. Yeah.
What was his race?
Come on, man. You know that was a Jew. You know that was a Jew playing with a gun just recklessly. But you have a lot of those situations. What happened to the dude that, the one that, it happened at Bel Air High School. Y'all remember? There was a shooting at Bel Air High School. The dude brought the gun in, and it went off and killed his best friend. I think they put him in jail for life. They put him in jail, not off the fact that he killed his friend, but because he brought the gun to school. Yeah. You see that? So they threw away the lesser thing and hit him with the higher charge of just carrying that weapon. That killed his best friend. So imagine the grief he has to carry shooting your best friend by accident. Right? And then now we're going to throw you in jail for some ridiculous amount of years. Because there's no justice in this system.
Charged as a grown adult too.
They charged him as an adult. Yeah. And, you know, they were in high school. Right there in Bel Air. That happened what? Last year? 2 years ago? Yeah, it was like a shooting at Bel Air High School, but then when it came out, it was an accidental shooting. He was just bringing the gun to show his boy. I mean, bruh. But that's America, though. They'll charge a child as an adult to get those conviction rates up. Time to use the lawnmower. Yeah, Aggie student asks a question, is alimony a sin? Well, is alimony a sin? Well, the scriptures, go to 1 Corinthians 6 real quick. Right? Go into the law with the unjust. Should be 1 Corinthians 6. Yeah, go to 1 Corinthians 6:1, read that. So is alimony a sin? Well, I'm not going to say alimony is a sin, but I'll say this. Did we practice alimony as Israelites? Was alimony something you find in the scriptures or even a concept? Because think about it. What is alimony the product of? It's a product of what? Come on, you married men?
Child support.
No. It's a product of what? But after what has happened?
Divorce.
Thank you. So we didn't do alimony because we weren't supposed to be divorcing.
I say it is against the law.
Well, the precursor to alimony is against the law, but, and I should say, it's not against the law to divorce because when you read Matthew 19, he said, for the hardness of your heart, Moses wrote in the law a bill of divorcement. It's why people divorce. That's wrong. You see what I'm saying? It's why people divorce. It's not that it's wrong to divorce. If you ain't getting along, if it ain't coming together, the hardness of your hearts is written. But alimony wasn't something that when you read about divorce, Matthew, he said, give her a bill of divorcement, then you got to pay for her life for the rest of her years. It don't say that. So that's why I'm going to Corinthians to show you, you go to the law with the unjust, they're going to give you unjust judgment. Read this, 1 Corinthians 6:1, read.
1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 1.
Go ahead.
Dare any of you, having a matter against another,
Go ahead.
go to law before the unjust,
Right?
and not before the saints.
And not before the saints. Like, you got the nerve to go to law with the unjust, with a matter between two just people. You got to take that to the saints. Go ahead.
Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world?
Go ahead.
And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters?
Go ahead.
Know ye not that we shall judge angels?
Right.
And how much more things that pertain to this life?
Right. So the point is we let America deal us judgments and they give you unjust judgment. Look, you got Holly Berry coming out talking about, now this is a woman. Holly Berry is a woman talking about how unfair child support is. Mind you, she is getting hit for like $12,000 a month in child support for her daughter. Yeah, she's getting hit. She's getting hit for $12,000 a month in child support. So now she's like, man, child support's unjust. You got people living a lifestyle they don't deserve. Con. All them baby mamas out there getting alimony, sitting on their ass, not having to work. Getting child support, sitting on your ass, not having to work. You get to use the child support money to do what? Nails. Gotta go get me a new car. Gotta get me hair. Gotta go get this new bag. I gotta get, I gotta pay for his. I gotta pay for his video game. The new Xbox is out. Swipe the card.
Eating the food that I paid for.
Yeah. So it's unjust in the way that it's set up. how did the Most High set up what you would call alimony? We don't call it alimony. You know what we call it? Inheritance. And who did it go to?
Oldest sons.
The children.
Come.
Right? Go to Deuteronomy 21:15.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15.
Go ahead.
If a man,
Right. Gorilla glue eyelashes, gorilla glue weaves. You heard about the chick that gorilla glued her eyelashes. Yeah, and there's some dude that did something with the gorilla glue too. They're retarded. There's gonna be like a gorilla glue fad. Niggas are gonna be gorilla gluing abs on. Right? I'm pretty sure little Uzi Vert, he gorilla glued the damn infinity stone into his head. That's probably gorilla glue.
Another guy did like an auto-tune.
He put a voice box?
Yeah. Put an auto-tune surgery in his box.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
He's like one of the highest paid
Vocal guys.
SoundCloud rappers.
Really?
Yes.
I heard about him. That happened a while ago
The
though.
white guy, yeah.
Yeah, he put the auto tune right in his throat.
oh man,
Oh yeah, that was like a couple years ago. That was like 3.
No. It was a guy who just did it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, there was somebody that did it before him. There was somebody that did it like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
He put the auto tune box in his throat. But the point is, y'all see these dumb fads,
Yeah.
right? So go ahead, read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15.
Right,
If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated,
right,
and they have borne him children,
right,
both beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated,
right.
then it shall be when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath,
his wives to inherit.
his sons to inherit,
They get to split what he got.
his sons to inherit
Go ahead.
which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated.
Right. You see that? So it's giving you a situation of a man having even 2 wives. One loved, one be hated. The sons inherited his possessions. The moms, they didn't get that. Whatever the sons wanted to give mama, then that's what he did. That's what they did. But it was up to the sons to allocate who got what. See how the law makes things easy? Now you got Dr. Dre dying of an aneurysm because his wife trying to take half of his 700 and something billion, or half of his billions that she didn't even have a damn thing to do with.
Nothing.
She didn't make Beats by Dre.
If they happen to microphone.
Nigga, she didn't make the Chronic. Where was you when I was in the studio mixing the Chronic 2, right?
Wow.
Doggy style, right? Where was you when I was doing that? Where was you when I was making Eminem's LPs, Marshall Mathers, Shady LP? Where was she at? She was in the house. So how did she get half? You see my point? It's unjust. Why? Because she dropped some kids? Because she had a few kids for him, I think. What did she have? Did she?
She had a daughter, right?
I don't even know.
Yeah, a daughter.
I don't even know. Hey, Elijah, can I get one of those 2, please? I don't even know what she had. The point is, the Bible tells you who gets what. But America, remember, and then when you go to different states, like, don't get married in Cali. Ooh, automatic half. Don't get married in Colorado. Automatic half. What, Texas? Half?
I think it's more than half, yeah.
It's 27% first kid.
Wait,
Right
what?
off the bat, 27% of your check, first kid.
You talking about child support or
Oh, that's just
alimony?
No.
I'm talking about like alimony, if you divorce in alimony. And then remember, alimony and child support are 2 different things. So don't get caught here getting paid for both of those. Ugh.
I know some stories.
I know cats paying like $800 for 1 kid.
Yeah, bringing home $100.
Yeah. Child support eat his whole check.
Yep.
More than taxes. I know cats paying like $800 for 1 kid.
Yep.
1. And they got 3. $3,000 a month in child support.
Yep.
Look at who is it? Nas. Nas was paying like $100,000 in child support per month. Nas was not even making money like that to pay $100,000 a month. $100,000 a month, and then it's not like his baby mama. Can I get a small? It's all good. It's not like his baby mama is broke. She's a recording artist. She could drop an album at any time and go make dough.
Yeah.
To my Khalees, right?
Yeah, 100 grand. Crazy.
The system is slanted to like whoever make the most money because they get a percentage. That's
Yeah.
all they're worried about, is getting a percentage.
Mhm.
Whoever make the most money, that's who they want to pay.
Yeah. That's whoever makes the most money. That's why they bring you to that. They bring you to the adjuster, or they call it the mediator, and he sits you down. Okay, how much you make? How much you make? How many days you got the kid? How many days you got the kid? Based on our calculations, this is what you gonna pay. They base it on who has the kid more, and who works what. Alimony is based off of what you provided during the marriage.
Damn.
But if you don't want to be with me, that means you don't want to be with my money. What the hell? Like, why should I have to support your life for the rest of your life, or for any amount of time in your life that you ain't with me? That's America. They call it. They call it spousal support.
I always said that you don't need the man, but you need his money.
You don't need the man, but you need his money. It's a scam. A lot of women are just marrying for the money and then dipping off.
Yep.
Dipping off and getting what? Getting that check.
Yep.
It's a scam.
Yep.
After 6
Or-
months. Yeah. it's
Or
like-
they marry like super old and wait for them to die and
Yeah.
share all their stuff.
Who was doing that, man? What's the one chick from you know who I'm talking about, the blonde. She looked like Marilyn Monroe, but she's the young version.
Anna Nicole.
Anna Nicole Smith. She married some nigga that was like 1 second away from dying before he said I do.
I remember that.
The dude was wrinkled and just his whole skin looked like he had skin cirrhosis.
Man,
And he just looked dead
he
already.
looked like Walking Dead.
All his kids inheritance.
Yeah, he looked like Mr. Burns. He was as old as Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Yeah, Smithers. Yeah, bro. You know, but she knew what she was doing. Yeah, she took all the kids though. I don't know what she did to him, but she gave him some of that young thing, and he
Knocked him out.
wrote. Listen, put your mama on the phone. I ain't coming home, right? He did that. Harlem Nights. Put your mama on the phone. Tell her I ain't coming home no more. He did one of them.
The kids didn't let her get the money.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they had something on that was on like Hulu,
No, she got
and she got it all.
yeah.
'Cause-
they fought it, but she got it.
Okay, well maybe I didn't finish it because I know initially there was like she wasn't getting nothing, and she lost in California, and then she tried to take it up here in Texas because that's where they live, and they were going through like round for round, and she was trying to do like these different reality series to try to keep the dope flowing, and while she's going through this court battle, but she kept going downhill. That's what the documentary was saying.
Cause she kept getting high. That nigga was on drugs. She was on drugs, bro. She was on like celebrity rehab. It was crazy.
She came in like 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she did that.
Yeah.
She
I don't know. She died?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She passed away like that was like in
Yeah, she did die. You're right. I forgot. Because if she was
Overdose.
alive now, you'd still be hearing about her on the news. Yeah.
And then her son died too.
Oh, she had a son?
Yeah.
He probably died of an overdose, I think.
He died first and then
She died. She died first and then she died. Yeah, you're right.
Weeks after.
Damn.
Right. So, I mean, alimony, to bring it back to the point, listen, alimony wasn't in no Hebrew custom. We didn't do that. Inheritance, when you divorced a woman, you didn't send her off with monthly payments to keep her lifestyle going. Hell nah. Hell nah. You had to go fend for yourself. And then, when there was things to be inherited, even if a man lived and, he had his wives and he passed on, it went to the children. What's that?
It's like when her name was Bilhah, when Abraham. Which one was it?
Bilhah?
Yeah, like she was sent away. They didn't say, oh, she got a bunch of stuff. Her son got a blessing,
No,
but she
Hagar.
didn't get nothing. They just sent her on her way.
Yeah. You talking about Hagar?
Hagar.
Yeah. Yeah, when Abraham sent her away, he said he sent away his sons with gifts, right?
Yeah.
Which was what? Land and cattle. Y'all take this land and cattle and go do what y'all do over here. We gonna be over here.
Okay. In Texas, she won in Texas though.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
she won in Texas. $474 million.
Stop.
But initially, like when she was fighting in California, It said he died a year later without including Anna Nicole in his will, leaving her with nothing.
Ooh, so he changed the will up. Somebody got a hold of that will. Somebody got a hold of that will. Did a switcheroonie. Yeah.
Why not?
She had that dude mesmerized.
Yeah, she got her dough here in Texas.
Right. Y'all see that? So, yeah, we didn't do alimony, man. We didn't do that stuff. Now, let me say this about like child support. Don't be a deadbeat nigga. Don't be a deadbeat dad. Take care of your responsibilities. And you won't have the system on you. You know, you got a lot of women out there using that child support as a tool of vengeance and as a tool of spite. And they're going to get what they get for that. But, you know, it's really about what? Say it again?
Being just, like being fair.
Well, before it gets to child support, there's always things that a man and a woman can do to work things out before it gets there. You got to try to be cordial with one another. Every relationship ain't going to work out. And just because you got kids don't mean that it has to work. But that don't mean you can't be cordial and deal with situations without having to go, like it says in Corinthians 6, go to the law with the unjust. Why would I go to the unjust? They're going to give unfair judgment.
But that's really hard because oftentimes people are mature or act like, they act like children themselves, and then the kids are just tools, pawns.
Yeah.
Like, I know you want your child because it's your child, so what can I get from you then?
Well, that's why you got to know who to marry.
Con.
That's a whole nother topic, right? It's a whole other topic, but you got to know who you got. And that's on both sides. I'm not talking about just man knowing what type of woman know what type of man, because you got men that do it too. They learning the game too. They learning like, oh, I could say that she's a crackhead, get custody, and then throw her on child support. Or she's making money, I could go get alimony. Dudes are doing it too. Look at these celebrities that are getting married to the backup dancer, right? The J-Lo's and like Halle Berry. The dude she married was garbage. The dude she had her kid with, he was nobody. Now he's getting $12,000 a month off of her. So he's somebody. He's somebody now. He got her on damn Instagram complaining about child support, about the system. The system is outdated. It needs to be revamped. Oh, all of a sudden because you're getting hit? What about all the dudes that's been getting hit since the 60s? Cats going to jail behind child support. Can't get no license. Can't get no, you can't really, no passport. You can't travel. There's a lot of things that when you can't, it's a catch-22. They put you in jail because you don't got no job, but you can't get no job because you're constantly in jail.
That's it.
How can you get above the, and then you file your little taxes, they take it all. It's messed up, man.
And the system is so rigged, they can take away any license except a law license. Like if you're a lawyer, they can't take your license.
Right, so you
any
can
other
defend
license they can take.
Yeah, so you can't make money. Think about it. You can't make money to pay what you got to pay, but you can't pay what you got to pay. So you got to do what? Not work or work under the table and collect that debt. They crush your credit with child support. They crush your credit. Every month when that hit, they make sure now they put it on your credit. They put that as a loan. Oh yeah, it's a government loan. You brothers that got child support, go check. It will say government loan.
Yes, it is.
And basically, a government loan is something that you can't just take. You can never take it off your credit.
Yep.
It's always going to show as a debt unless you pay it.
Oh, there's no, not David told me, but
there ain't no jubilee on that.
No year of jubilee.
Nah, there ain't no year of jubilee with the American government.
Yep.
They ain't playing them games. Nigga, we want our money. Jake, we want the bag. So, yeah.
Hey, but that's why. Look, someone grab this for me. Matthew chapter 5, verse 25. We haven't went to this one in a good minute. And that's just like what Quatazal was saying, dealing cordially, dealing with wisdom.
Well, with me in the gym.
You got it? Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 25.
Go ahead.
Agree with thine adversary quickly.
Do what?
Agree with thine adversary quickly.
I won't have. Nah, you know what? Listen, I know. Look, let's be fair. Let's be diplomatic about it. Hey, what'd you come in with? Okay, well you helped build this. Well, let's split what you helped build, and let's be cordial. before we take it to the courts. Let's deal with one another in wisdom, knowledge. Let's have some understanding. Read on.
Whilst thou art in the way
Go
with
ahead.
him,
Go ahead.
lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge,
To the unjust judge, like here in America. Read.
and the judge deliver thee to the officer,
Read.
and thou be cast into prison.
Yeah, you got the child support. You got the different restraining order. You don't get no rights to your children. She got full custody. You know, you're dealing with all these different problems. And let's say you can't pay up and they want to take you to jail so that you can sit out some of that money. Agree with that adversary quickly. Know the stakes that are at hand and deal with wisdom. Like when I went through the situation, I was like, okay, well, whatever you want to take with you, go ahead. The movies, go ahead and take the movies. The video game, take the video games. Pieces of furniture, okay, you take that too. You know,
Take everything, take all the bills with it.
I'm just like, you know, dealing with wisdom. So, because it can always get worse if you're dealing outside of the wisdom. But if you operate within the wisdom and you deal cordially, like Father Zot was saying, you stand to have a better outcome versus going to the judge. Miguel?
Speaking on that, like, you know, after divorce and then dealing cordially with each other, it's like my parents have been divorced since before I was born. But my father was still in my life because they had a relationship as far as like they'll talk. It wasn't about the money, it was about the kids. So that's really how when people are divorced, when that's how you should look at it more than spite and I just want to get over on that dude for what he did to me. It's like it's more about the children. You know, everything went to that. So it wasn't no child. She never put him on child support or anything like that. If she needed something, they'll just talk it out.
Kind. Yeah, and that's how it should be done, brother.
Cause like at that time, there was, you know, it was a more of an open agreement. Cause as our tradition is, most parents showed them like, no matter what, you're gonna get a divorce. You're gonna have to work it out with your guy. Cause that was our tradition, or that's our culture on how we grew up. My mom told me, her ex-husband before my dad, he cheated on her multiple times, and her mom kept telling her stay with him. And until it got to a point where it was no longer healthy for the children, so she had to separate.
Oh yeah, there's that reason, but still considering the children and just the point, being cordial, dealing with one another. You don't have to hate each other guts and want to murder each other. It's like, hey, we didn't work. Well, that don't mean we have to be beastly towards each other.
Yep. If at all possible, be at peace with all men. Yeah, it's how you handle situations, man. They don't have to go the route of letting Esau, put it in the hands of Esau and letting him dictate how to deal with your children and who gets what. It don't have to go down like that. Let's jump back.
Exodus 21, verse 14. But if a man come
Presumptuously.
Upon his neighbor,
right,
to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar, that he may die.
Presumptuously means purposefully. He did it on purpose. Go ahead.
And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death.
Yeah, you put your hands on your parents, they put you to death. It wasn't like, put him in timeout, put him in the corner. Bruh, you put your hands on your parents, you died. You should. You should. That's why it trips me out when you see these. You used to see it with a lot of Edomite parents, right? A lot of white parents, they let little Timmy smack him around, kick him, punch him in the face. But then you see it with a lot of these Judite parents. There was one little Judite boy that was smacking his mom. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, a real Jew would have put him in the dirt. His ass would have been out cold. I know, was that?
I was saying, it used to be a joke. I'll kill you, make another one just like you.
Yeah. I brought you in and I'll bring you out. You know how they hit you with them saying, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out this world. Don't mess with mom. You put your hands on moms. That was like last straw.
Yeah.
But it's telling you here in the law. You smite your mother or your father? Bro, there was no, forgiveness and repentance. There was something wrong with this child. What's that?
I know my mom, because I always been a big dude, she said if I ever put my hands on her, she'll just shoot me.
Yeah. That's when it got to the point with me and my brothers. We started getting, my mom is little, man. She's like barely 5 foot. So I remember, 15, her trying to, 12, trying to beat me. And I'm like, okay. And then she go grab the hanger. She breaking hangers off. And I'm like, you might as well just stop. It ain't gonna do nothing. And she had to learn, like, okay, I can't be beating on them. Right? So she had to learn now how to talk. And we listened. We listened. I didn't give her too much of a hard time. Getting older, cause I knew, man, listen, if I want to overpower this woman and snap her neck, I could do it. But why would I, I wasn't thinking like that. And she knew that. She was like, these niggas getting big. Come on, my brother is 6'3". And he's younger than me. He's my youngest brother. 6'3", and the dude is yoked.
Oh, mom 5'5"?
Nah, not even. My mom's not even that. She's probably 5 foot.
Dang.
Probably, no, she's probably about 5'5". Yeah, now that I think about it, cause about 5'5". 5'1". Yeah, she was little. Little woman, man. Still a little woman. So she couldn't handle us. Her best bet would be to get, she kept good people around us, like uncles around us to check on us and keep us kind of in line. So we kind of knew. When we stepped out of line, there was going to be a male to show up at the house and kind of get things in order. One of the uncles would show up and that would be that. So we didn't give moms too much trouble. We wasn't doing that. But you got, like, these days, come on, you could divorce your parents. You could call the cops on your parents. There's so many videos on Facebook of dudes, like these crazy white boys just beating up on their dads, knocking their dads out. Y'all remember the video of the dude knocked his pops out? No. That was recently. He was like screaming at him in the house, and somebody else, who's recording this? Someone's there recording it, watching this grown ass man get knocked out by his son. I guess. But the point is, man, cut his arms off. Right? Go ahead, read on. Did you have your hand up?
There was a question.
About could this also be be similar to the reason? I forgot what I was saying.
She said, because also a similar reason why Leah was blessed with so many sons, because she was hated.
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying though.
You were talking about
remember, it says that Leah was blessed with Simeon. She said it. I got Simeon because I was hated. It says it right there.
It was in the reading when it was talking about when a husband, his wife, when he was reading earlier in Exodus.
If you take another wife, her food, her raiment.
We were reading about man have 2 wives, one be loved, one be hated.
I think that's where she got that question from.
I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but remember it says it's Genesis 29:33. It says that she conceived again and bare a son, and said, because the Lord have heard I was hated, he therefore gave me this son also, and called his name Shammai 1. So, I forgot exactly what I was saying in that context. But it does say that, yeah, she got the sons because the Most High heard she was hated. Let's jump back.
Oh, she came back. The sons receive an inheritance.
Eldest, even if he's the hate. Well, no, yeah, because remember, he was showing the inheritance because it didn't have nothing to do with if you hated the woman or not. So what was he canceling out?
Canceling out the woman.
He was canceling out the woman if she was trying to come with some spiteful intention.
All right.
The inheritance had nothing to do with them. Remember the daughters that came to Moses and said, listen, our father died, he had no sons, we want the inheritance to go to us. You see that? They were his daughters, his 5 daughters. So it was about the children, not the mothers. Why did he say give the inheritance to our mothers? They have moms, right? It was about the children.
Because the children are the fathers.
That's the point. The children are the property of the fathers. You women out there, your children are the property of your father, of the father. Not yours. That's not your baby. That's his baby. Right? That's his children. That's his lineage. So the inheritance went to him to help carry on and further his lineage. You see that? To set his lineage up for future generations. So yeah, it wasn't about I went to that scripture to show about who got the inheritance, regardless of if a woman was hated or not, it still went to the kids. You couldn't do that. Well, I hate her, so F the kid. No, you didn't deal with her. She was hated, but guess what? The kid still had to get something, especially if he was the firstborn. So yeah, when you look at all the sons, right? Leah's sons. I mean, come on. Leah gave birth to who?
Judah.
Right. Simeon. Yashakar, right? But all the sons got some form of an inheritance. Right.
The sons receiving the inheritance of the others, even if she hated the son. Right. The widow.
Right. Let's jump back.
Exodus 21, verse 16. And he that stealeth a man,
right,
and selleth him, or he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
Right. So no kidnapping. You weren't supposed to be a man stealer. You what do they call it? When they kidnap people and then they human trafficker. Yeah, that was punishable by death. Go ahead.
And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
Right. We talked about cursing last week, right? Not like curse words, but in this sense, it was literally wishing evil upon your mother and your father. I hope that you die.
Oh, damn! I watched one yesterday.
Oh, this one was crazy.
Yeah.
So this dude was mad at his mama because she called the cops on him because he was masturbating in the couch. Right? So she called the cops. She called the cops, and this dude's like, but this is the thing. He's like, F you. I hope you die. Like, he said that to his mom, and the 3 cops were just standing there. He's like, man, we're just trying to handle this peacefully. He said, you ain't trying to handle this peacefully. You came in here after I did, he was talking all derogatory. But the point was, he was cursing his mom. I hope you die. He said, you need to drop dead and die right now. He was hitting her like that, and I was like, damn, this nigga cursing his mama. So that's what it's talking about. You wishing evil. You curse your parents. I hope you die. What does it say? Step on a crack, break your mother's back. All that foolishness. You putting these curses out there in the atmosphere. And they turn to you. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smite him be quit.
Right, so if 2 men fight, you hit him with a fist, or you take up an object and you hit him and he's laid up in the bed, right? Concussed, or just recovering from his injuries. It says, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then he that smote him shall be quit. Meaning, now you're not going to take him and put him to death because he beat this man up. This man was able to get up, walk around, but there were going to be some repercussions. He was going to have to pay some restitution to this man because he took away either his ability to work. Well, that was really it. He took away his ability to work and make money. So now you gotta make that man whole.
Lost wages, pain and suffering.
Yeah, lost wages. See that, but that's, you see where you get all that when you get into a car accident. They're like, he said it: lost wages, pain and suffering, mental distress, PTSD, right? And they be paying money for that. Lost wages is a real thing.
Yes, it is.
Right? Emotional distress, is that real in a car?
Yes, it is.
I guess. Go ahead, read on.
Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
Thoroughly healed. So he's going to pay for the loss of his time. The whole time he was laid up, he was going to have to pay for that. Whatever he needed to make him whole, that was going to have to be recompensed to him. And then he said he would cause him to thoroughly be healed. So if he had to lay up for another 6 months to get up off that staff, well, you got to pay him for 6 months till he was healed. What was that?
So basically, it's telling you not to wrong because
It's telling you what?
It's basically telling you not to brawl, like next fight. Because they're both going at it though. That's what I'm reading.
There should be a deterrent.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at it, when you look at it, in its perfect point, when you look at it, this should have been a deterrent.
Right, because somebody's gonna get hurt in that brawl, no matter what.
Hell yeah.
Right.
We weren't these little whack bodies that we were in.
No.
We were some strong, healthy bulls. Somebody was gonna get hurt. But yes, there should have been a deterrent for you to even engage in any type of hand-to-hand with a brother. Because damn, I don't want to pay no money. I'm the biggest nigga on the block. I'm bad. I'm tough. I'm a killer. Right? But if I kill somebody or hurt them, am I going to be able to pay for that? Let me chill. Let me think about my actions. This was supposed to get you to think, like, wait a minute. If I bash this guy's face in like I think I'm about to, do I have the money to pay for his pain and suffering? Well, I'm kind of behind on my rent right now, so let me chill. This was supposed to get us to think. The law, remember, it says the law was spiritual, but we are carnal. You see that? The law is spiritual, but we are carnal. So if you look at the spiritual aspect to this, it should have been a deterrent for you to even fight. This was one of the many deterrents before now we had to enact the law on you as far as a judgment. Most High was very, very, very smart in what he was doing here, but we ain't smart at all.
Understanding that, like, 1 Timothy chapter 3, not being a striker or brawler or anything like that.
Right.
But also in Exodus chapter 2, verse 13 is when when Moses saw the two Hebrews struggling against each other.
Right.
So it's like, makes sense that even more so that this is being delivered by Moses, because obviously at this time, before he went to Midian, he was already fighting against each other.
Yeah, we had no standard. We left off the standard.
Well, the Israelites rather were fighting.
Yeah. Us as Israel left off the standard. And there's many more. Watch, you're gonna see there's other deterrents in here that were supposed to prevent you from doing certain things, but it happened anyway. Read on.
Verse 20. And if a man smite his servant,
right, this is it right here. Go ahead.
Or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished.
Right, so think about it. If you had a man that was serving servitude, and you had to pay him a wage, why would you be beating on him?
That's true.
You shouldn't have been beating on him. You shouldn't have been beating on your servants. You should not have been abusing the help. So it's telling you right here, if you hit one of your maidservants or manservants and he died, he shall surely be punished. You were going to be punished. Go ahead.
Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two.
Right, so you hit him with the rod, he lives a day or two. Go ahead.
He shall not be punished.
Right.
For he is his money.
Right, so you basically, your punishment was losing out on that help. That servant was your money. So you lost wages. Go ahead.
If man strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her.
Right, so that she lose the baby. So it's telling you the fruit. When you read Deuteronomy 28, 15, 16, 17, it talks about the fruit of your body, your babies. Go ahead.
And yet no mischief follow.
Right.
He shall be surely punished.
Right, so she loses the child and that's it. He shall be punished. That man that, you see it in the shows and movies, two men battling, they going crazy, boop, hit the chick in the stomach, all of a sudden she going to labor and miscarriage. Yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
According as a woman's husband will lay upon him.
Right, so the woman's husband can now dictate the level of punishment. I want him to get 40 stripes. I want his daughter, right, to replace my son or his son, whatever he wanted. Whatever he wanted within the law. It couldn't be like, yeah, I want him to do a pig buffet, right? I want him to eat a swine buffet with, topped with shellfish. He couldn't do that. It had to be within the constructs of the law. Go ahead.
And he shall pay as the judges determine.
Right. You see that? So he can come with the punishment, but the judges would still say, okay, yes, he can do that, or no, we ain't gonna let him do that.
Wow.
So you see where it wasn't just taken upon ourselves to enact judgment. You still have to go to the elders and the leaders to say, look, this is what we agreed on. What do y'all think? Well, that's a little bit extreme. Nah, in our determination, that's a little bit light. Let's add this to it, or let's take this away. What's that?
When you read this is part of the 613 laws or 18 laws, right?
Yeah, this is part of all the laws.
When you think about it, this constitutes we don't need a king because we're governing ourselves. This is how you govern yourself through everything in life.
Well,
right?
say that one more time.
This is where we because you know how we our people, we wanted like Saul to be our king, right?
Right.
This right here, if you just govern yourself through this right here, you don't need a king.
That was the point.
That was just whole. Right. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
You start to think about it. You start to, man. You don't need. You just govern yourself through this, and this is our law. So you don't need no king. You just, that's all I'm saying.
You're right, because it tells you. It said it was a wicked thing for us to ask for a king.
Right.
When we already had a king, we had Yahweh Shai. That's one. Then we had the law. That's two. What was a king going to do? Well, the king was going to enforce the law, but then he was going to have to take some things from you. What's that?
I believe the reason why our people asked for a king is because they got tired of not being able to tangibly see the law in human form, or in, I guess, a more intimate form.
Yeah, you're right. Well, what it said was, and we can find it, but what it said, we wanted a king because we wanted to be like the other nations. We seen that Moab, Ammon, Esau, they had kings. So we wanted to be like the nations. The one thing about our people is that we're envious for the wrong thing. So we saw that they had kings, and that's what we wanted. We thought that it was going to be a good thing to have a king over us. And yes, we wanted to be able to have something tangible to touch, to see. Remember when Moses went up to, we haven't read it yet, but there's going to be another time when Moses goes up to Sinai, and he's going to be up there for a minute, and it really is only 2 days, 3 days, and what do? Well, Aaron, make us a god, because we don't know what happened to Moses. So what were we saying? In a roundabout way, that Moses was our God in our eyes. But he's gone up to the mount. That mountain is on fire, shaking and rumbling. We don't know what's up with him, so Aaron, build us a god. And here goes the golden calf. So yes, that's one of the biggest problems with our people is having something tangible. Because I don't see faith, I don't have faith. Because I don't see the Most High, I don't believe in him. But you don't have to see the Most High. You got brothers, you got the law, you got wisdom, you got understanding, you got knowledge. You don't have to see the Most High to believe him. Look around. Yeah, look around. He said more things are shown to us than we understand. Right? It says the invisible things are the things that basically show who the Most High is. So, did you find that?
I think it's somewhere in 1 Samuel 8 verses.
It's 1 Samuel. Yeah, it's in Samuel. 1 Samuel. Let's see here.
19, it says, nevertheless, the people refused to obey what's coming.
No, what we have is a king over us. Yeah, that's it.
That's it right there.
1 Samuel's 8:19. Read that. Anybody?
1 Samuel, chapter 8, verse 19.
Go ahead.
Nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel.
So think about this, though. This is how backwards our people was. Samuel was the closest connection to the Most High. He was the closest thing we had to be able to make petition to the Most High and speak on the behalf of was Samuel. So we had somebody.
We did.
We had Samuel. Go ahead. He was a judge, so they had that ability to deal with we're gonna make petition for the people. Listen, Samuel was calling down fire from heaven in front of the people. Remember when he came in, they said, wait a minute, you coming in peace? Because when he came in the first time, he blazed the whole country with fire. So they seen the power, but our people, man, a wicked and slothful generation requireth a sign. Because you'll get the sign and you'll still disannul it. Most High will put you in an 85 car wreck up in Dallas. You'll be up in that, and you still won't see that. Man, it's the Most High is dealing with me. Read on.
And they said, nay, but we will have a king over us.
Yeah, we'll have a king over us like who? Read.
That we also may be like all the nations.
See that? That was our problem. We wanted to be like the nations. Even till this day. Too many of us still want to run around acting like the white man. You want to run around acting like this nation, that nation. I want to be this, I want to be that, I want to be free. Be who you are. Be who you are. And they'll let you. You know, one thing I noticed that you could say, as a black man, you can say that you're anything on this earth. And they'll accept you. But as soon as you say you're a Hebrew, that's right, they look at you sideways. You could say you're a Buddhist. You can say you white. I'm Caucasian on my dad's side, 3 people removed. You can say you Chinese. You can say that you're Japanese. You can say that you're Russian. You can say that you're anything. Christian, Muslim, right? Man, what are you in a biker group? No, I'm a Hebrew. Huh? Wait a minute, I'm offended. Wait, what? So, but if I said I was a black KKK member, you'd be like, man, that's interesting. Tell me more.
How did you,
right?
How did you get indicted?
Yeah, how did you get in there? Like, how did they let you in? Wait a minute, are you got a tan? Like, you'd ask questions to inquire, like, how did I get that? But as soon as a black man says he's a Hebrew, as soon as a Hispanic man says that he's a Hebrew, like all arms, it's like everybody's up in arms. Like, this can't be true. This is an atrocity. I mean, there got to be a reason why everybody gets up in arms.
You're anti-Semitic.
Yeah. What's that?
And they also make it like a derogatory negative thing. Like anytime you say that, like Catholics and stuff do a lot of negative things, but they don't ever bring that out. But when you say that you're a Hebrew Israelite, then they also add, oh, even if you're like, because we're Issachar, even they're like, oh, you're a black Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah.
Like, what?
No Hebrew Israelite is black.
That's right.
It's funny the way you
brown.
said it. They said it like that.
Yeah,
You're a black.
You're a
black
Edomitish.
Hebrew Israelite.
Black Hebrews. None of us are black. We just different shades of brown.
That's right.
I like how you said that because yesterday when it was Captain saying that she was from Chihuahua, you know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. That's a Mexico.
Extra Nebraska.
Hey, that's an American side of her.
There's also like, I went to a doctor when I was pregnant, and they're like, why are you dressed like that? Why are you obeying what your husband wants you to do?
Right?
You're what? You're Israelite? How? Were you born there?
Yeah.
You're not born there, so you can't be an Israelite if you're not born there.
Yep.
Like,
that's how they
it
do
don't make
it.
sense.
But I could be a Buddhist and I wasn't born in Tibet.
Right.
You see that? I could be a Catholic, but I wasn't born in Rome.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm a Roman Catholic, but you're not.
I wasn't born in Rome. I don't visit the Vatican. I could be a Muslim, but I don't walk around the Kaaba. I don't make the pilgrimage. But it's they because they want to tell you what you can be.
That's right.
Right? So where are we at?
Or what to believe in. Man.
Or what to believe in? Where are we at?
We're verse 20, sir.
Of what?
1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 20.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, read.
That we also may be like all nations.
Right.
And that our king may judge us.
Right.
And go out before us.
Right.
And fight our battles.
Yeah, and that's cold because, listen, when we read, we're going to read to chapter 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When we read to 23, it's going to show you something just even about that Samuel. Jump back to Exodus.
Exodus 21, chapter 21, verse 23.
Right.
And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life.
Right. The mischief, basically, you strike this woman in the stomach, she loses the baby. Then if she ends up, let's say, dying or some other complications down the road, now it's life for life. Go ahead.
Eye for eye.
Right.
Tooth for tooth.
Right.
Hand for hand.
Right.
Foot for foot.
Right.
Burning for burning.
Right.
Wound for wound.
Read.
Strike for strike.
Come on.
And if a man smite the eye of his servant.
So what is that supposed to deter you from?
Altercations, quarrels.
Make sure you raise your hand. But altercations, quarrels, what were you going to say?
Revenge. Getting vengeance.
Revenge. What else?
The main topic of having to pay any recompense for anything.
Right. It was supposed to get you to think, wait a minute, am I willing to die for this fight? Am I willing? Like it's like brothers and sisters now. It's like there's no fear because you know things are in this judicial system. It's done so backwards and shady. But think about it. It says burning for a burning. So it's basically telling you whatever you do to a person is going to be done back to you. But there's not a lot of accountability because think about how many murders. Like you know, Houston's on a record to set. Houston is on record to set the murder pace, right, for the year. Yeah. Listen, y'all gotta just check the news. They're on record right now. Houston. We only a month and a half in. What we? Month and a half, January. Month and a half in. Houston's already on pace since the new year to be the murder capital of the United States. Houston is doing it. Houston is doing it. They're trying to set, and they're setting their own record from whenever they had the most murders. So, but think about a lot of those that are going unsolved. Just the other night, some dude got pulled out of his truck, shot, left right in the middle of the street. Truck sitting there. North Houston. South Houston. 3 people died overnight. The night before that, there was like 3 car chases. I tell you, I gotta delete this news app that I got. As soon as I wake up, it's like 3 car chases. 11 people died. These people shot. I'm like, damn. All in Southwest. All in the Southwest side. I'm like, damn. It's crazy. Go ahead, where we at? Damn, I can't take this.
We're on Exodus 21, on verse 26. And if a man smite the eyes of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
So if you're injured, like you lost an eye, as a servant, now you get your freedom. Or as someone that had a servant, if you injure your servant to the point that he loses his functions, you had to let him go. He has his freedom now. Whatever debt that he owed is now canceled. Whatever reason why he was in servitude to you is now canceled, and he gets to go free. Which,
I was gonna say, so basically, like he's just like a free liability now, though.
Con. It's like all these laws, all these stipulations. It's like you were saying, they should be deterrents.
Yeah.
Like, man, I don't want to lose out on what I got. Now, I don't want to lose the help, and I don't want to have to be financially damaged from what I went through with this brother, this sister, or my servant. Read on.
Verse 27. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
Again, even the tooth. That's one of the smallest things, because when you get in a boxing match with somebody, you get hit in the mouth real good, you're going to lose a tooth.
That's it.
And he's saying he gets his freedom from that too. Now, like Yahweh Shai said, the eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Bro, look, all of this should be a deterrent to not even want to smite your brother, your sister, or to get any kind of altercation. And besides that, in Ecclesiastes it says wisdom is better than weapons of war. So why do you have to go to battle or go striking with a fellow brother, a sister, or a servant? It's not needed. Use your words. I used to be told that a physical altercation is the lowest form of battle. It's the lowest, because that means you went past the intellectual realm and you had to get physical and wrestle with somebody, because your words can't reach him and his words aren't reaching you.
Right.
Y'all just turned into beasts. So again, we're not supposed to be beastly. The law was given us so we can have the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It lifted us up above beast and above the nations. You see that?
That's why we were set. That's why we were set apart, basically.
The wisdom is what set us apart. Now, for those of us that didn't want to apply and use the wisdom, that's when all this came into effect. Okay, yeah, you hit them, you gotta let them free. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, this for that, tit for tat, all of that. Read on.
Verse 28. If a knock gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten but the owner of the ox shall be quit.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to let that ravenous animal loose and free, so they can keep killing. It's just like when they, like a dog. When a dog is biting people, well, that dog will get put down. You know, Esau don't like that. You know, they want to try to hold on to their pets. They value their pets' life more than they value an Israelite life by far. Sis.
That's like, I knew this Edomite woman, she had a big, like, can't think of what they're called, but they're really big. And then she had a pit bull, and they, like, just one day went at it, and she tried to, like, put her hand in and separate them, and each dog grabbed one side of her arm and ripped.
Ooh.
And she cried because, even though, not because of her wound, which, like, they just tore the flesh off.
Because they were gonna put her dogs down.
Yeah, I love them so much.
My babies, my
God,
fur
like,
children.
why they just ripped your arm in half?
My fur babies.
God.
Yeah.
Dang.
Ken Carsos, Bull Mastiffs. Hey.
Give them jackets, shirts, all that.
Yeah, putting them in strollers, pushing them through the mall.
Yep.
I'm like, man, get the hell up out of here with that.
I seen a lady with a backpack, and it was like, hey, you could see through it, and she rode a motorcycle with her dog on her backpack.
Yeah, these celebrities, there was one lady that died and she left all her money, some old English lady or whatever. She died and left like millions to her dog. To her dog. She had, well, whoever was in charge, whoever had the dog, basically was in control of the money. So, but the money had to go to pampering the dog, mainly. Yeah, it was, people are nuts when it comes to these animals. But it was showing you here that this, you know, what verse are you at? You're at 20 what?
I'm on 29, but I read 28.
Right. So it's telling you, man, if an ox gores a man that he died, the ox shall be stoned. You took that ox out because there was some temperament with that animal. That you weren't going to tame an ox. Here, little oxy, here's some oxy treats. And all of a sudden he was going to be good. There was something with this animal that he was goring people. Right? So he was a pusher. He was a gorer. So you took him out of there. You couldn't yoke him up and use him for work. Because at the wrong time, he might gore someone. You were liable. So you get rid of the liability. You take away that beast, you stone it, get him out of there. You get that?
You also didn't eat it. Is that like, because like whatever spirit that animal was in, it could come over you, or it's just like,
I mean, you wouldn't want to eat this type of animal because look at what type of animal it was. Look at the mentality of the animal, right? It had blood on his hands, so you didn't want to deal with that animal.
Could have been rabbit or something, so you really don't know.
Yeah, could have had some, you know, when animals get rabies. I don't know if oxen get rabies, but
if it get bit by another animal, that
it have rabies.
It can have.
So there it is, and then they get ravenous. They start to go. Rabies affects the mental. Yeah, so you wouldn't want to eat that diseased animal if that was the case, but we didn't take the chance. We just said, listen, count that as a loss. Chalk that up to the game. You stone him up. Bam. Get him out of there. And you leave his carcass to the fowls of the air, right? And that was that. Move on. What's that?
I was watching this video once that said that they called it zombie ants, where the ants will eat this type of plant, and like they'll start acting weird and eating other ants, and they'll bite other animals, and the animals will start to get like crazy, and they'll start to do weird things.
Yeah. So that, I mean, they eat the plant. The plant affects them mentally. Then they start going crazy and eating other ants. It's like when people eat bath salts and they start biting people's faces. Remember that?
I saw a video
eating bath salts.
Yeah.
And they start eating people's faces. Yeah, like. Yeah. So the bottom line is we didn't eat the animal. You know, it doesn't go all the way into why, but why would you want to eat that animal that just killed another animal like that? So brutally. There was something mentally off with this animal. Go ahead, read on.
Exodus 21, verse 29. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it had been testified to his owner, and he had not kept them in, but that he had killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death.
Right, so if somebody came and said, listen, man, your ox tried to gore someone or pushed or killed someone, and the owner was like, that's Bubba. Bubba just got a little bad temper, but Bubba's gonna be okay. And he didn't stone Bubba, the ox, but he kept him and he killed someone else. Now the owner was gonna be put to death. You were liable for that animal. Go ahead.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Next reader. Any questions? Any questions on that, what we just read? Next reader. Okay.
Shah, Yehoda, Ban Yasharallah.
Magana War, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Ban Yasharallah. Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Exodus chapter 21 verse 30. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned.
You know, just reading this, think about like the running of the bulls that they do in was it Barcelona, Spain? Yeah, somewhere around there, and then the bullfights and stuff like that, or the rodeos. Come on, like. We weren't even supposed to be dealing with the animal like that, and then let alone if the animal hits you, the animal's not supposed to keep living, not for the next bull rider. You're not even supposed to be riding bulls like that, the oxen. It's like, I guess Esau had to come up with that one, because we didn't deal like that. Look, it said if it pushes a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. Well, all the oxes that they use in the rodeo for bull riding and stuff like that, they hitting people. They bucking them riders off of them. Well, they're supposed to be stoned, put to death.
But that's the problem. They misuse the animal. They train them to do that. So in any situation, that animal's going to do that. But naturally, what did we use the oxen for? To plow. So you have to go yoke that animal up. So what did you have to do? You have to stand in front of that animal, bit, bridle, right? You have to yoke them up, boom, lock their necks together. So you have to stand in front of them. So if that bull rushed you, wait a minute, what the hell's going on with him?
Right.
Something wrong here. There's something going on in this animal's temperament that he can't be part of what we got going on because they were just there to plow the field. Yeah. Where we at?
Verse 33. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good.
Right, so if I dig a pit at my yard, I wasn't supposed to leave that pit uncovered. Or you make a barrier, you know how they put the little warning tape around things? You see that all the time. I remember I was driving, I forgot what I went to go do and where I went. Over there off of 90, you take a 90. I was driving somewhere, man. But anyway, I was driving down one side of the street and I looked over to the other side of the street, and they dug out like one half of the cement of the road. So they had one lane, but there was no barriers there to block it off. There was no warning, there was no cone, there was nothing. So I'm like, if somebody was driving down here in the nighttime, they're just gonna drive their car right into the unpaved ditch. Who would have been at fault? Would they?
Yeah.
Would they have taken fault?
No.
It tells you here you'd be at fault. But they would come with some way to try to circumvent being at fault.
Right.
They would be like, oh, your lights weren't
Your
bright
lights,
enough.
your lights were too dim, or you were driving too
looking at your phone,
fast.
you should've seen it.
Yeah, they would come up with something, but it's telling you here in the law, you open up a ditch, man, cover it back up, or border it off before you have people walking around that. Swimming pools. It's like a swimming pool you got a swimming pool at your house, and you got it uncovered, because they have swimming pool covers. You're supposed to cover that up if you know you have people coming over, because what happens when young babies walk and they fall into the pool? Remember all those drownings that would happen back in the day? People got their little swimming pool, they was hyped, but then they having their little party inside, the kid ventures out somehow, past all the doors, past all the grown-ups, and he's drowning.
My boss.
Yeah, really? See? It's a thing. Who's liable? The owner of the house should be liable.
That's even in Nebraska. If you have a trampoline and a kid gets hurt on it, like the neighborhood kid, your neighbor does, the family can sue you for that, for you not watching them on the trampoline.
That's why they make you get like insurance.
Yeah, and or like a written agreement that like, hey, I'm not responsible for anything.
Yeah. It's just like when you go to a trampoline park now, they ain't responsible if you bust your kneecaps out or rip out your meniscus. That's on you. You signed a waiver. You did that. You decided to go jump on our trampolines. That's on you. You signed the waiver. But the point is, things that are happening in your house, you're supposed to at least set it up to where people don't get hurt when they come into your dwelling. Go ahead.
And give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it. And the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox have used to push in time past, and his owner have not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. Exodus chapter 22, verse 1.
So you weren't without something. You got you a dead ox.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and for a sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found, bring him up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, therefore there shall be blood shed for him. For he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft.
Right, you see that? Y'all get that? Right. Go ahead.
If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed it in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. If fire break out, and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the theft be found, let him pay double. If the theft be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he had put his hand unto his neighbor's good. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges. And whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass.
So remember, these situations, remember Jethro told Moses to gather elders to help him judge. These were the situations that were coming before these men. It was these situations. Like, well, he stole my ox. Well, this nigga got his ox grazing in my field. What do we do? Well, you got to repay part of that field. Or this man died and it was by accident. What do we do? Or he killed this man on purpose. What do we do? Well, let's investigate. We investigated situations. We got together the witnesses. We did all these things to make sure proper judgment was made. Read on.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of the Most High be between them both, that he have not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good.
So this was going to be between, let's say it says that if a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, ox, sheep, any beast, to keep it. So I lend you something, but nobody witnessed me lending you something. And it died, or it got hurt, or it ran off. Well, nobody seen me lend you the beast. So it would have to be something between you, the Most High, and that man. You didn't have to pay me back. Nobody seen it. It says it. Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both. So they have to come up with something that he have not put his hand to his neighbor's goods. So he would basically make an oath that no, it wasn't on me that your animal was either dead, ran off, or destroyed. I didn't cause that to happen. The borrower did not cause the possession to be destroyed. And the owner of it shall accept thereof. You see that? And he shall not make it good. So the owner would have to accept that. You have to accept me at my word. You have to take my word for it.
That's true.
So yeah. So this wasn't like a preventative measure for us to lend each other things, but it was for us to be able to show that we can keep our word. Who was watching? Most High was watching. Right? Go to even on this part, go to Ecclesiasticus real quick. Ecclesiasticus 23:19. 23:19.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23, and verse 19.
Right.
Such a man only fears the eyes of men.
Right, so in the context, this is talking about a whoremonger, a man that's thinking that closed doors are going to protect him from judgment, but also a man that thinks that the Most High ain't reading his thoughts. He thinks that his thoughts are locked into his mind and that's it. He's safe. Read.
And knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
Yeah, he can see through your thoughts. That's the thing. He can see through your thoughts. Go ahead.
Beholding all the ways of men.
Go ahead.
And considering the most secret parts.
Yeah, he considers the most that's what he's considering. Not the things that he can see openly. He's like, man, what's this man's secrets? Let me get into the inner depths of his soul. The things he's trying to hide. That's how the Most High thinks. I don't care about the things that I can see on the outward. What's going on in this man's spirit? In his innermost deep thoughts. Go ahead.
Verse 20. He knew all things ere ever they were created.
Go ahead.
So also after they were perfected, he looked upon them all.
Right. Go to Proverbs 5:21.
Proverbs chapter 5, verse 21.
Right.
For the ways of man are before the eyes of the Lord.
Right. So this is what he was getting us to consider here in these instances. That the way you dealt, it wasn't just between you and the man. Most High was involved. That's why it said, these should make an ordinance between him. Where's it at? Where was he at?
Exodus chapter 20, verse 11.
Yeah, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both. Yahweh Shai was in the middle of these, was supposed to be in the middle of these men's dealings. Go ahead.
And he pondereth all his goings.
Go ahead.
His own iniquities shall take the wicked himself.
Yeah, and that's what would have happened in these situations. The wicked's own iniquities would have took him away. You know how we just say to man, let the Spirit reveal it? Let the Most High deal with it? Oh yeah, and he does. The Spirit will reveal all things. Whatsoever is done in the secret will be brought to the light. So in these situations, your word was your bond. Your vow was your bond. Whatever you vowed, whatever oath you took, you better have stuck to that. You better not have been lying, because especially in these times, man, that thing would have been brought out quick. Spirit was moving quick on these people at these times, real quick. It wasn't like, 5 years from now it came out that he was lying about such, 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 and such. Nah, bro. Who was in the midst of them? Most High Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai was rolling with them. He was right there watching. The angel was right there watching. So, like they do now, but the punishment was
more severe.
Wasn't that it was more severe? It was more swift. Wasn't that it was more severe? It's actually more severe now. Back then, the earth opened up and swallowed you.
Quick.
Now, you drowning your sorrows in a bottle for years. How much more torment is that? And trying to battle drinking, trying to battle drugs, while still trying to juggle a job, while still trying to juggle family and losing family. That's more of a torment for some than just getting bit by some snakes. Or the earth opening up and swallowing them and burning them. That's instant. A lot of people going through a long, drawn out mental battle, mental turmoil that they bring up on themselves. Jump back to Exodus. What's that?
Is this also like an exercise of forgiveness? Because the owner, he can't go do anything about it. He can't do any recompense or anything like that.
Well, really, there's nothing to forgive. If if a man says I didn't do something, what is there to forgive? So really, it was more exercise in taking a man at his word and letting the Most High reveal things. That was the exercise. Okay. You know what? You didn't steal them? So that dinner that y'all ate last night wasn't my... Okay, cool. Cool. All right, but let the Most High deal with it. Right? And when he ended up throwing up and getting food poisoning a day later, then we know, oh, snap, he stole something. Remember, when a man got a pimple back in these times, it was like, wait a minute, what'd you do?
What kind of iniquities
you commit?
Let's go check your house.
Yeah, when you had a pimple, it was like, what did this man do? So, if you was getting sick off of eating food and things like that, it was like, wait a minute, was that a stolen beast? Wait, things would be inquired about. Because these things weren't just happening, sicknesses and things, they weren't happening at these times. We were rolling for the 40 years in the wilderness, so when they did happen, inquiry had to be made. What's that?
I have a scripture actually go which I were reading.
Okay.
And, it was actually Psalms chapter 139, verse 12. It says, "Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the light shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike." So I just figured that because everything is the same with the Most High, whether you're doing it in nighttime, doing it behind closed doors, or you're doing it in day. He's going to see it regardless.
He's going to see it. He's going to see it. Jump back.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 12. "And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof, being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing.
Right, so it's like, hey, can I borrow your truck to move something? And you're like, yeah, you can borrow the truck, I'll drive it. What we gotta go do? And the owner of the truck is driving the truck, but he's helping somebody move something and the truck breaks down. That's not gonna be on the person that asks them to move something. But now, if the owner of the truck says, here's the keys, take the truck, and you're moving something with somebody else's vehicle and it breaks down, the common thought would be, well, it was in my hand, let me help fix it, right? But how do we, the age of the truck, and it had this many miles on it, and it was probably gonna go out anyway, and wear and tear. How I know that didn't happen before, and yeah. But so it's just giving you the clear cut. If it was in your possession and it wasn't yours, and something happened to it, pay. If you borrowed something but the owner was there watching, then it's not on you as the borrower. He was there. Go ahead.
It just reminded me. It brought back to memory.
What, your lawnmower?
No, my headset.
Right, brother, borrow your headset, break it. Didn't ask to borrow it. That's the problem. He didn't ask to borrow it and broke it, and then anyway. Con, go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 15.
Yep.
But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire.
Yeah, if it be a hired thing, it came for its hire. So it came to do that work, and whatever happened, happened. Go ahead.
And if a man entice a maid.
Right, so now this is going to another set of laws. This is going into marriage. Go ahead.
And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed.
Right, so if a man is speaking to a woman that's not speaking to someone else, we ain't on TikTok, we ain't on Snapchat, we ain't on Instagram live chatting with some other dude, go ahead.
And lie with her.
And he lay down with her, read.
He shall surely endow her to be his wife.
Right, so even if he talked to her and he skipped all the other process of the ceremonial parts of the marriage, the intention that he's lying with her, he knew that was going to be his wife. Go ahead.
If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Right, because the father can disannul, right? According to Numbers 30, the father can disannul a vow of a daughter or of a wife. He's the only one that can do it. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed.
Yeah, look at our people. They're utterly destroyed because everything they do is a sacrifice. If they're not dealing in this word, it's a sacrifice unto other gods. You sacrifice your time, your energy, your blood, your sweat, your tears unto other gods. But look at where it has gotten us throughout history. We've been in slavery, we've been in servitude, right? Throughout history. Why? Because we decided that we want to put our strength in other gods and other entities other than the Most High. Read on.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him.
Question, would these be considered civil or moral laws? The things with the animals, those seem like more civil. This marriage, this is going into morality. Moral, how you deal with your brethren, how you deal with a woman. It's a mixture of the two. It's a mixture of the two. We actually have a book, man. I think Thahawam got it. But it's a book that the brothers made, and it broke down every law: civil, moral, dietary, ceremonial.
That's dope.
Yeah, it got like civil, and it shows you all the civil laws. Moral, all the moral. Dietary, all the dietary. They broke it down into those categories. The brothers from the Summit. I think Thahawam has it. I gotta get that from him one day. But yeah, it gives you a little setup of all the different laws. Go ahead.
Verse 21. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him.
For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
Right. Were the strangers people of other nations who clave to Israel and follow their laws. That's correct. That is correct. The strangers were the other people of other nations that, remember, it said we left out of Egypt with a mixed multitude. Remember, we're only 3 months, 4 months out of Egypt. It ain't that long. We only 4 months. When you read chapter 19, it tells you. And in the 3rd month, when the children of Israel are gone forth out of the land of Egypt. So chapter 19, that's month 3. So we're in month 20, we're in chapter 22. We're about month 3.5. 3 3/4. That's not giving us an exact time, right? But the point is, we're not that far removed from Egypt. We left Egypt with a mixed multitude. You had what was it? It says somebody had married a Canaanite woman, right? So you had Canaanites there. You had the Egyptians that left with us. I mean, listen, if I was an Egyptian and I seen what was going down, and Egypt is literally decimated, I'm probably gonna go with the people that got it. I mean, I'm gonna probably have to trade. You have to hit me with the race trader. I'm gonna probably have to go live a better life with them Hebrews, man, because they got it. The Lord is with them. So yes, the strangers were people of other nations that left Egypt, and they had to adopt our laws to be able to sit with us, to be able to eat with us, to be able to keep Passover and these different things. They had to follow the laws and the customs. Go ahead. Yeah, real quick. Any questions before we bring up the next reader? Aggie students question. Let's see here. It says, in other words, does it just pain or guilt the other nations to admit who the true Jews are? Well, once you admit who we are, then you got to do what? Once you admit that the real Jews are black, what do you got to give up? Your what?
Your power, your hold.
Yeah, you got to give up your rulership,
your kingdom,
Restore the pledge.
You got to. That's what I'm. Yep, that's in Jeremiah. Where's that? Oh, Ezekiel. Right. So once they admit it, they'd have to watch. Go into Ezekiel 33. Let me read his full question statement. It says that true statement you made about the other nations flipping out whenever an Israelite proclaims his, her, or her heritage. Is it something within the spirit of the other nations where the automatic knee-jerk reaction of the other nations, particularly Esau, is to insist that we are not the true Jews? Well, think about what they're doing to the fake Jews now. Think about how much money, like when you look at Biden's $1.9 trillion stimulus and you look at how much money, remember Trump?
Yep.
What he did to the last stimulus, he broke it down. He was like, look, this is going over to Israel. This is going over to there. This is for this. It's all a sham. So all the money they're giving to Israel before a stimulus, before a bailout, they're giving them, I forget how much money they give. They send over to them people yearly.
Like $6 million a day, something like that.
Okay, so $6 million a day times 365, that's a lot. all for Holocaust reparations and things like that, right? So when you admit that the real Jews are us, then there is no Holocaust, there is no reparations for them. Yep. Then you got to start funneling that to the black folk and the Hispanic folk, the Native American folks that are the Israelites. You see that? So all those resources have to now be allocated to us. Then what is that going to do for us?
It'll elevate us over them.
Thank you.
So once you say it, now you got to act on it. Read that, Ezekiel 33:15.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 15.
Right.
If the wicked restore the pledge,
right,
give again that he had robbed.
So now they got to give back what they robbed. Well, there goes the whole land of America. Oh, there goes the whole world.
Con.
What y'all thought? We was here for America?
That's right.
You got to give us the world, Craig. Not just the parking lot. The world. Right? We don't want this America. We want the world. So now you got to give us the entire world and all the resources and all the rulership and the dominion. Go ahead.
Walk in the statutes of life.
So then they got to do what?
Walk in the statutes of life.
Now then they got to submit to the laws of the Most High. Now what upper echelon Edomite you know that's going to do that? You mean to tell me Trump is going to give up Mar-a-Lago estates and Trump Towers and his bank account and follow the Bible? Trump? He's one of them upper echelon Edomites. Hell no, he ain't doing that. Listen, he don't even follow the rules that he writes. Think about it. He wrote a contract that he would not live in Mar-a-Lago for more than 7 days out the year. The nigga moved there full time and broke his own contract that he wrote 30 years ago. He don't even follow his own pledge. You know Mar-a-Lago is his resort. If y'all didn't know, it's in Florida. Since he can't live in New York, he lives there.
He moved his whole family there.
He moved his whole family down to Florida, but Mar-a-Lago, he was only contracted, even though it's his, he wrote a contract saying he would only live there for 7 days at a time. 7 days at a time, and then he'd have to leave and then come back 7 days. He'd been there since he left the White House. So he breaks his own pledge. So you think they're going to follow the Bible? Go ahead.
Without committing iniquity.
Without what?
Without committing iniquity.
Listen, iniquity is their middle name. Iniquity is the middle name of all the nations. That's how they dwell. They dwell in iniquity.
Time.
Go ahead.
He shall surely live and shall not die.
Right. So they're not going to do that, man. Christ is going to have to come and rip this kingdom out of their hands. Bottom line. Christ is going to have to come, Yahushua is going to have to come and destroy these nations and basically kill them out of rulership. They're not going to say we the real Jews. That's why they always will denounce you as a Jew. They'll denounce you as a Hebrew because they know what that comes with. Yep. Now they got to give up. They have to renounce everything they've gotten from your slavery. Just think about America. Think about America and think about all the people that, you know, when you look at like real white supremacy,
yep,
and you look at why the nations, not just Esau, because all the other nations too, but you know, especially in America, why Esau is so elevated and why we're so low. It didn't matter what nation it was. If you put a nation in slavery the way they had us, let's say it was the Chinese, they'd be in the same position that we're in,
yep,
trying to come back up. Let's say it was the Japanese, it'd be the same thing. It didn't matter the nation, it's the circumstance. It just so happened it happened to us. Y'all see that? Mm-hmm. So look at the benefit that America has gained. There has been this huge benefit. The benefactors, you would call them.
Free labor.
Well, it's way beyond free labor because they pay you to go to work now. But look at the mentality that is carved in the mentality that's been carved out for our people. They pay us to go to work, right? Mm-hmm. Who's going to work for free? Nobody. But it's the mentality that if I don't go to work for this person, I'm going to die. That mentality has been carved out for 400 years, right? For 400 years. Probably a little bit less, maybe 300 years. But the other 150, now you just walk into work and plop down and get abused by the white man for an unfair wage. Or whatever nation owns the company. Even your own people. Even our own people own businesses now, and they treat us just like they're the oppressors.
Yep.
But it's a mentality that's been carved into us, carved out for us through time, through the oppression. So it's more than just free labor. It's why you think you have to be in the hood in the ghetto to make it. It's why it's the cool thing. Like that's what's black, to be in the hood. I gotta keep it real, yo. What? keeping it real is living in the hood,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna be fake as hell. Because I don't have to live with gunshots and crack right on my doorstep. I don't gotta live next to that. That's a personal choice. That's how I believe. That's a personal choice. You personally choose to do to want to live in that circumstance because there's means to get out of circumstances. And you know, mind my words when I say personal choice. I know everyone has circumstance. Some things are just the way they are for some people. But y'all get the gist of what I'm saying. The dope boy on the block don't gotta sell dope. The nigga shooting up don't gotta shoot up is my point. There's other ways to remedy situations. We make choices. But these choices kind of have been dictated to us through the things we went through in the past. Y'all see that, right? Right. So where are we at?
That was it, sir.
Right.
You know, just on the point of everything that you just stated right now too, if they were to break bread for so-called Negroes, Hispanics, and Native Americans, if they're breaking bread to a state that was formulated back in the 1940s, a little country, a little nation, they pay for the military, they pay for the economics, they pay for food and everything like that, then we would have the means to be a nation. Obviously, it's set up for the Most High to come in, for the House to come back, for us to come together, because then we're just, like how Cedric did in Tenors, like if we all got money, then Cadillac will be one of the richest, you know, car dealerships. But, you know, it was just a thought, really just a statement that I'm coming with is, Donald Trump paying off this stimulus check to Israel, like, man, we could be a nation. And that's not what I'm pushing right now, but still, I mean, shoot, come quickly. I was shy, man, so we could get up on out of here.
Yep. Yes, sir. What's that? I'm one, and then.
When you look at on the reparations part, Germany just finished in 2010 paying for World War I of reparations to Israel. So and now they're still paying off the reparations from World War II. So their time has not been. They're still paying to this day, right now, for reparations. So if their money would come back flipping out on our way, you have to see throughout history. World War II was ended in what, 1940, 45, something like that.
Yeah,
something like that. So you're talking about 2021, all these years, and they're still paying reparations. That's just Germany itself. So it's just a history thing.
So think about it. The whole world would owe us.
The
whole world would be indebted to us. Yeah. But they're gonna. I mean, at the end of the day, they're gonna pay.
Yeah, regardless.
But that's my point. The point is, they're not gonna willingly give it up. They're not gonna willingly give it up. Why do you think Christ gotta come? To rip the rulership out of their hands.
Right. Easily.
Yeah, it's just how I look at it. Even with the restitution or the retributions. Like if they were even piggybacking off what he said, or just joining off what he said when he said Christ Cadillac would be like the richest dealer. It's even more. It's like, and he brought it up too. It's a very valid point. It'll be even more like a melee because it's like so much money in hands of people who don't know what to do with it. So it's like if you're not the type of person where you, as we are in this class, this whole class is to rebuild our minds on even investing in ourselves to get whatever reparations to reinvest or to, build up something that we weren't even taught how to build. Because majority of us and our parents, who if they did pass away or grandparents, they really wasn't leaving anything for us. True. So it's like now to get those reparations, a lot of our people, like I'm gonna say 85% of our people will literally destroy themselves because that money will destroy them. Because if your mentality isn't getting readjusted,
renewed in the knowledge of yourself,
in your knowledge of self as a person, as your identity.
Well, it's the knowledge of Christ.
Exactly.
That's the most important thing.
Exactly.
Ourselves don't know nothing.
Exactly.
the knowledge of Christ, and you know, getting that knowledge from Him of knowing who He is, and we can know who we are in Him. So that way we can know what to do with the resources that, you know, probably or possibly, or you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who in here wants 40 acres and a mule? Raise your hand.
I mean, that's what they say.
You want 40 acres and a mule?
Nah,
40 acres and a mule?
I want the earth.
40 acres and a mule? You had your hand up.
I
No?
want the earth.
See, I don't want 40 acres and a mule. Because that means I gotta go to work.
Yeah.
That means I gotta go plow some field. What the hell?
Makes sense.
No, give me 40 acres, a mule, and a white boy to push that mule along.
That's right.
Give me one of your grandsons,
Yeah.
one of them Nebraskan corn-fed white boys that's gonna plow that field, because I'm not gonna go out there and plow no field. 40 acres and a mule means get your ass back to work, nigga.
Right.
I'm not doing that. We did that already. You mean to tell me you gonna put me right back in slavery? Oh, we're gonna give you 40 acres and a mule.
And smile.
Man, stop. Stop. You gonna put me right back into it's a different type of slavery. I'm gonna be plowing a field and then you ain't gonna wanna buy my crops.
That's what happens.
No, look.
You gotta use their machinery.
Yeah, you got 40 acres, you got your mule, but you don't got no kind of machinery, you don't got no seeds,
Right.
you don't have no help.
Right.
That's my point.
You don't have nothing to build a house on that land of 40 acres.
Right.
You don't have nothing. You got to still go to them.
Right. Slavery.
Overcharging.
No. Give me 300 million.
Ooh. Okay.
Listen, they said that
Gold.
what was I looking at? They were talking about if they paid like reparations in money, it would obviously be in the billions.
Right.
It would be about $330 billion, something crazy. That's what our labor today is worth from back then. That's how much we put into this economy off the slavery.
Right.
$330 billion worth of labor, free.
On the interest.
So give me that. Yeah, and then, right. I'm definitely charging usury. So give me that money. I don't want the mule and some land to have to go build. Nah, give me the money so I can get you to come build on the land.
Right.
And I can sit back and chill. I don't want to build.
I just build me a house and then just a community.
Yeah, give me the money so I can do something different other than what you had us doing the first time. Reinvest into us. So anyhow, let's jump back. So just to answer that question, hopefully we answered that, Aggie. They probably wouldn't tax the 40 acres. Yeah, then they would tax your 40 acres and your mule.
Right.
We need land tax. Like, come on, man.
Air tax.
Right, I said count the water.
Tree tax.
Yeah,
Tax.
mule tax, plow tax, this tax.
Standing houses tax.
Listen, man, I don't want nothing that has to do. Listen, 40 acres and a mule. You know, if you didn't have money back in the slavery times, and to get a mule and to get a plow, what did you have to give?
Your freedom, right?
You would give a slave. If you were a slave owner, if you needed a mule, if you needed equipment for the farm, you would go to J.P. Morgan.
Yep.
You would go to Chase.
Right.
You go to Wells and Fargo. Those are two people. You go to them,
Right.
and they would trade you a slave
Yep.
for farm equipment. So why the hell would I want that stuff? I don't want that. America didn't they slick, man. America didn't they slick. They trying to give you the stuff that is gonna remind you of what they did to you. I'm good on that, man. I want something better. Who and what will maintain the 40 acres? Thank you, sis. It takes more than a mule to do so. Plus, you have to nurture the mule. Con, I'm not trying to take care of no mule. Good. 40 acres is the projects and the mule is the Democratic mule. I like that. I like that. He said the 40 acres is the projects. I believe it. And the mule is the Democrats. That's a symbol, right? Let's jump back to Exodus. Wow, next reader.
There was a question that was a little bit up from the Iran.
I'm unsure about the.
Not that. It was further up. It says we're strangers, people of.
Yeah, I answered that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait.
Oh,
I'm like this. Throwing out ninja stars. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Shabrasha, Ezekiel, Banyashala.
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala, Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashabaktam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
40 acres and a mule. Whips and chains. It's tradition. All I want is whips and chains. Sad. Whips and chains. 40 acres and a mule. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 21 and verse 23. 22, verse 23. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, neither shalt thou slay upon him usury.
So right here, it's talking about we're not supposed to be taxing or charging interest on each other. So like, you loan me 50, well, I gotta pay you back 50 plus? Nah, it didn't work like that. Not with our own people. The strangers got charged that, not those of our own nation. So we weren't supposed to be charging usury. Or, I let you use my car, you used half a tank of gas. You gotta refill my tank and add another 20 on top of it. Put 20 in my hands. Nah, it didn't work like that. Read on.
If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goes down, for that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep, and it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious.
So right here the Most High is saying, look, if you took the last of somebody's, or you're holding on to the last as a pledge, because a pledge was like a promise to pay or promise to repay. If you're holding on to someone's last, well, you give it back to him by the end of the day so that he can use it again, because that's his last. Like, okay, yeah, take my jacket because this is all I can give for a pledge. Well, at the end of the day, if he ain't been able to get you back, well, give him back his jacket by the end of the day so he can cover up and be warm. You're not supposed to hold on to these items, these pledges like that for the poor. If he had plenty of jackets or whatever, well then he good. But the Most High is trying to set up that morality between each other. So we're not dealing with each other brutish or barbaric. We're dealing with each other civil. This would be considered a civil law, just out of courtesy, kind-heartedness. Because the Most High says, "I'm gracious unto him." Okay, you want to be hard-hearted towards this man or woman? Well, I'm going to be gracious towards him. I'm going to make sure that he's good. And guess what? The pledge that he pledged to you will be a snare to you. There's plenty of scripture. Go through Proverbs. Talks all about it. The wicked are snaring to themselves. So, it's like be mindful of your brother's condition.
That's right.
Be mindful of where they're coming from. You can even go so far as a vehicle. Like, hey, for this household, there's a wife, kids, and they only got one vehicle at the household, but you needed a vehicle to get around, and he let you use his vehicle. Be mindful that brother only got one car. Make sure you get it back to him so that his family can use it. Read on.
Verse 29. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thy oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it me, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall you eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall add it to the dogs.
So that's also hitting on, you're not supposed to eat any animal that was killed by another animal. You're not supposed to, like, if a lion grabbed up your sheep and started to eat on it, but didn't finish the whole sheep, you're not supposed to go take the rest of the sheep and then serve it to the family.
Ooh. You can get the lamb chops, so I want those.
It says whatever's left over, you gotta cast that to the dogs. Let the dogs chew on that. Give him that bone. But we weren't supposed to eat that. What happened?
He's, you can sell that though. You can sell that. Yeah. Yeah. You can sell that. You can sell that to the stranger. You know that, right? Right. Watch this. It's funny because, let's see. Let's make sure. There was something you could sell to the stranger.
Yeah.
Right. If it died of itself. Right. Which one of these? Hey, you shall cast. You shall know new wise eat of it. No. I thought there was one that said you could sell it to the alien. Right?
Yeah, there is.
Deuteronomy 14 and 21.
What is that going into? Deuteronomy 14, 21. Let's see here. Okay, no. So this is going into animals that die of itself. Right, you can read it. You can read it.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 14 and verse 21. Ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself.
Right.
Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates.
Right.
That he may eat it.
Right. Yeah, you can give it to the stranger. Right. Right. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you born. Right. You give it to the stranger. Right. Let's jump back.
Exodus chapter 20.
Yeah.
Two questions actually.
Okay.
Exodus chapter 22 verse 28, the second precept, it says, nor curse the ruler of thy people. That's like talking about don't, as you were saying earlier, like we're not to curse our mother, our father, and everything like that. Now right here it's saying like not the judges and the priests and the teachers and the generals that are over you.
Exodus 22 and what?
28, the second precept.
Thou shalt not revile the God, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Right.
Come.
It's saying the same thing.
Right.
And
And
the word revile, right? What does it mean to revile?
It means to hate.
Right. Revile or to reproach. To reproach, to treat with opprobrious and contemptuous language. So speak bad about. Remember the son of the Egyptian It said he was the son of the Israelitish woman, but he had an Egyptian dad, and he was speaking blasphemies of the Most High. They put him to death. So that's what that's talking about. Speak reproachfully, contemptuously, just speak bad about, man, the Most High ain't nothing. He don't love me. He ain't doing for me. He ain't looking out for us. You ain't supposed to speak like that.
You know, I suppose one of the reasons why I find it out is because I'm sure that y'all, as you know, the leadership and everything, has had people speak against y'all and try to curse on y'all and stuff like that.
People text my phone all the time, capping hard. Like I don't even respond. I mean, they do it right here on the YouTube openly, right? We have one brother that he called Kazaki he said, "You're a Jesuit. You're a Jesuit priest."
Oh, sad. Dang.
Oh, they go hard all the time.
God.
They go. I mean, what can you do? Right? What can you do?
Now, my second question is for the next verse, verse 29, where it says, "The firstborn, second precept, the firstborn of thy son shalt thou give unto me."
Right.
Because this was before.
This was before he set it up for the Levites to be the priests. So right here he was saying, the firstborn is going to be given unto me. Then as we read further in the law, he's going to come back and say, okay, instead of the firstborn of every son, I'm going to take the Levite tribe unto me for the priests. Yes, sir. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 1.
Anybody else got questions on that or anything we read? What does Israelitish mean in context? That she was an Israelite, just Moabitish, right? Like I said, they call Ruth Moabite, the Moabitish. Yeah, she was a Moabite. She was an Israelite. She kept the custom. She's from the Israelite land. Yes, sir.
Exodus 22 and 21, it says, "Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him."
Right.
Wouldn't that be kind of a contradiction if it says you can charge him usury in that form of oppression?
No. It wouldn't be a form of oppression because you got to look at it in its context. Are you putting him in slavery, charging usury, taking his resources, taking his children, and said don't vex him? So you're not gonna compile a bunch of different. Just think about us. They've vexed us and oppressed us, right? They've added vexation to oppression, right? With us. Now usury is one thing. You say, listen. I lend you $1, you bring me back $1.25. Right? What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. That's not over the top. That's not excessive. Right? But in America, I lend you $1, you gotta bring me back $5. That's vexation. Because think about it, now I'm paying more money in the usury than I'm paying for the actual loan. I gotta come with to borrow your own money. We were just talking about it. Like if you have a credit, you got like credit cards, you try to bring money off of them. Let's say you want to take $5,000 off of one credit card, cash advance, and they charge you 5%. How much is that for your own money? It's $250. You better off not even touching the money because you got to pay $250 to get your own money.
On top of the interest.
On top of. Go ahead.
On top of the interest that will already accumulate from the credit card, like I think I was telling Partizan or Lacquerab, I had a Chase card when I was probably 21. Chase card $300 max. I thought I paid that sucker off. I left like a $5 balance that I was not aware of until they started hitting me talking about I owe them thousands of dollars. That's vexation right there.
That's oppression.
Because the interest from the $5 continued to double and accumulate. Yeah. So whatever. Let's say the interest was 25%. So I'm getting charged like $1 per little cycle, whatever. And so that dollar turns into 2, turns into 4, turns into 8, turns into, just keeps multiplying. And it kept multiplying until when they hit me, they were like, you owe us thousands of dollars. Literally. They hit me and said, oh, you owe us $50 or $60 or $70. They're like, you owe us thousands.
Or the $5 that you forgot to pay.
Or the $5 I forgot to pay.
They never contacted you until it got there?
They never contacted. I didn't get nothing in the mail, no phone calls, nothing. Until I got something, I was like,
that's
vexation. What's this?
You go apply for a car or something, and they're like, no, you got a balance? Like, what? I got no balance. But think about it. Why did he remind us even of, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt? All you got to do is go back and look at how the Egyptians dealt us. Okay, so y'all gonna make brick without and make your own straw. Gather your own straw, make all the brick, and then lift it all. I mean, it goes way beyond just straight usury. He was talking about the nature in which they enslaved us. We weren't supposed to put that on other people. There had to be some standard. I mean, you've seen all the little movies that they do about the slaves. You've seen like Exodus, God and Kings, and Ben-Hur, and the Christmas Exodus. You've seen it. They was out there with whips, right? It was out there whipping us. When we go through all these different laws, and it was talking about if a man smite the eye of his servant, the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go for free for his eye's sake, right? It tells you if you knock out one of your servant's teeth, you let him go for his tooth's sake. You watching Nat Turner, Birth of a Nation?
Yeah.
You know about slavery where they put the funnels into your mouth, bash out your teeth to get you to eat? They were supposed to let us go. But it was telling us that we weren't supposed to do those things that were being done to us. The things that we seen in Egypt, we weren't supposed to mimic that level of oppression, that level of vexation, to where, remember it said they made us to serve with rigor. Imagine how vexed and oppressed we were. So we weren't supposed to do that. There was no need to beat slaves into submission, knock their teeth out, punch their eyes out, beat on them, beat them to death. We weren't supposed to deal like that. A little usury? Don't borrow from me. Right? The blessing was that we would be the lender, they would be the borrower. Why would that be a curse or a blessing? Well, two things, because now I can charge you usury, and because I got it. Right? That's the blessing, because I got it, and I can tell you, okay, look, I need a little something extra. For me taking from what I got, I need a little bit of an assurity. So even the usury, when we exact usury, it wasn't supposed to be some absorbated amount of money. How they do 12%? 12% on a whatever, I don't even know. But 12% on anything is a lot when it comes to money. 5% on 5,000 is $250.
Vending machines now.
So 12% on a $100,000 loan, that's a lot of money. On a 12% on a 12% on a damn car loan. Come on, man. I've seen where you got $14,000 in interest. I've seen it. Where you got interest that almost rivals the price of the car. That's bad credit, obviously. But the point is, does it have to be like that? No. It's how they make it. It's how they want to judge things off of their system. So he was showing us we ain't gotta be like that. Usury ain't a bad thing. Usury it's not a bad thing. It's not a negative thing. It would keep a person. It would keep a person down a little bit longer if they were trying to come up, but you didn't have to charge usury. Do you? No. Nah, you could just give me back my money when you say you're gonna give it back. Yeah. Let's see here. Law established and given to the children of Israel, but still says that the strangers must be treated fairly. Also, Ezekiel goes. Okay. So I'm not understanding. Yeah, we were supposed to treat. Listen, the scriptures say that the strangers would be as one that was born in the land. There would be no different. There was a law of the stranger. Yeah. So when they got circumcised, when they followed the custom, it said you treated them as one that was born in the land, and you dealt with them as such. So yeah, I mean, all the scriptures you're posting are right. I'm not sure. be Abraham, what the exact point you're trying to make. But yeah, the law was established and given to Israel. It says that. But the strangers were there. It wasn't a nation of strangers that were there. It wasn't a nation of the Canaanites that was there with us that was leaving out of Egypt. It was mainly Israel. You had the strangers speckled in there. But the law was given to us. Why? Go to Deuteronomy. What is it, 7 and 6? Go there real quick. I'm just trying to figure out, because but it still says that the strangers must be treated fairly for their prayer. The strangers do need to be treated fairly. The whole point of the law, and we haven't gotten to it, but there is a law of the stranger. What is it? Deuteronomy 4?
Statutes and judgments.
Yeah, there is a law of the stranger. That if they want to keep Passover, what do they have to go do?
Get circumcised.
Circumcised. And it said they would be as one. Go there real quick. Go there real quick.
Deuteronomy 4 and 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 6.
Right. Let's see. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked are bare, people mourn. Right. I'm not. Let's see. Right now, I'm just trying to understand Abraham's, just his angle, just the angle that he's coming from. I know, yeah, we're all in agreement. But remember, the strangers were people of other nations. They did dwell with us, strangers and sojourners, passer-throughs. They dealt with us. They wanted to sometimes stay with us. We did treat them fairly. That's why we have the laws, to not be abusive towards anybody. It's like the Sodomites. When you read about the Sodomites, Sodom and Gomorrah, what did it say about Sodom? Why the Most High started to look down on them? They started to abuse the strangers that came into their lands with sodomatical practices, right? So they started to basically introduce the sojourners and the strangers that came from other lands, into their sexual, their filthy sexual practices, their homosexuality. Right? So why were there laws given? To show, okay, you're not supposed to deal with any person in homosexuality. So it didn't matter if he was a stranger of Assyria coming over and to dwell with Israel. You weren't supposed to, because he was a stranger. Oh, I'm gonna deal with him falsely, or I knew somebody way back. They thought that they had in their mind that I'm gonna sell drugs, but not to Israel. I'm gonna sell it to Esau. And I'm like, okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. You have brothers that think because a woman is married, because a woman has an Edomite husband, that's not her husband. And she's good for the taking. Because he's a nation. Nigga, what are you talking about? That's wrong. She's married to that man. She's married to that man. She's not there for the taking. If you're following the law, it's not just that you follow the law towards your nation. The law is supposed to be seen through the nations through you. Read it. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. 4 and 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 6.
I went to the
Keep therefore and do them.
Right.
For this is your wisdom. And your understanding.
Right.
In the sight of the nations.
In the sight of who?
Of the nations.
Right. So when we kept the law towards the strangers, they were going to see that we were wise. That we know how to deal with situations. That when they came around us, we weren't looking to abuse and use them because they were of other nations. Read about Abraham. When Abraham bought the field of Machpelah from, what king was that?
Egyptian.
Was he Egyptian?
He was Egyptian.
But when he bought the field, did he try to trick him? Like, well, listen, man, I'm a Hebrew and you a stranger, nigga, so let me get that field for less than what it's worth. Nah, the king said, listen, it's worth this. He was like, man, what's a little bit of money between two kings? And he paid him the 400 pieces of silver. He dealt with him fairly, not because he was a nation that, I'm going to get over on you. No, he dealt with him. Be at peace with all men. He dealt with him fair. Moses, he dealt with Jethro fairly. Look at Jacob and Laban. Jacob dealt with Laban. Laban was the shifty one. Laban was the nigga that, like, bruh, I'm rich because of you, so I'm not letting you go. Jacob had to sneak up out of there, man. Why? Because Laban wasn't gonna hold no standard. Jacob held the standard the whole way. Read on.
Which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
Right, okay. I'm wondering why some camps literally hate people who just want to follow the law with them. Well, I can't speak for other camps. I can't speak for other schools. We, here in this school, we've had, listen, there's many of people of different nations that have sat in these seats. We've had Esau sitting in the seats. We've had Muslims come through and learn. We've had all different types of nations come through, sit and learn. Everyone is afforded that chance. You want to sit and learn who you are according to the Bible? Sit down, we'll show you. They got to learn at some point, right? Right. So why not start now? Now, in them learning, I want to say this. I'm not saying that Esau's getting salvation. That Esau's going to be in the kingdom kicking it and chilling. And these other nations. But when it says every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess what? Don't be confessing that the Lord is black. That the Jews are black.
God.
And that you're from whatever nation and you deserve your punishment. You're going to be submitting to that thought process. So why not do it now? And listen, if an Edomite want to walk up in here and sit down and learn that he's an Edomite, I'll show him. I'll show him. If Elon want to sit and learn who he is, by all means, sit down. I can't speak for the other camps out there, but what we do know that we're trying to wake up our people first, right? We trying to wake up it's about our people first. But listen, there's probably Esau on the damn YouTube now. Right. What they doing? They learning, right? When we street speak, we can't block out Esau, the Chinese, the Japanese, and just say this is for Israel only, and close everybody's ear. Like, everybody's learning this word. So again, I can't speak for the other camps, but we know this, that our mission. Yahushua asked Peter, do you love me? Lovest thou me? What did he say? He said, yes, my Lord. He said, if you love me, feed my sheep. Right? So that's what our mission is to our nation first. But it's not going to take nothing from me if Esau walked in the door right now and sat down and was like, teach me. Oh, okay, cool. Let's go to Genesis 25:25. Let's bring you back to your forefather. Right? And let's take you all the way through all your atrocities to show you that you are the Edomite that the Bible speaks of. You're the devil that the Bible speaks of. Right? Come. So, be Abraham. Be Abraham. It's it's not that we hate, because we ain't sitting here hating on nobody. We tell the truth. And all the other camps are telling the truth about the nations, that the things that they've done through time, that's the truth. And it's up to that school or whoever they want to sit amongst their people and sit in their congregation, that's up to them. Because think about it, if you let an Edomite sit up in your school, what you got to watch for? Never trust thy enemy, because as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. So am I going to let a wolf among the sheep for an extended amount of time? No. He wouldn't last anyway. He wouldn't last. Edomite wouldn't last more than one class in here, because he get blazed up, he gets shown, and then he'd be like, okay, well, that's my fate. Let me go do what I gotta go do. Let me go wreak havoc on the world.
Right. Let me go do something one my dude. Remember he used to come through with the Judite chick?
He didn't last. Yeah, we had a sister that was coming through. She was married to an Edomite. Hey, let the wheat grow with the tear. We had them coming in, learning. They ain't here no more. That was years ago.
Wow.
That was years ago. But when you start coming out with Edomite classes, and Most High gonna kill Esau, and Yahushua gonna stomp him out in Isaiah, and you start bringing out all the filth that they've done, they don't want to sit around and hear that. They don't even want to talk about slavery. No, but that wasn't me. Well, prepare iniquity for the children for the iniquity of the fathers. Damn, I'm still gonna die. Like, okay, I can't catch a break.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, you know, our whole thing is to teach our people, and whoever wants to sit, they're welcome to sit and learn. Is an Edomite gonna be up here teaching? Hell no. Or a nation? No. Hell no. He's gonna sit down and he's gonna be sitting down there in them stands. He'll never get the chance to teach. That's not his place, right? So you do have, because you got schools out there talking about they could be saved and all that. Yeah, you're gonna be saved for slavery. You're gonna be saved for my mule and my acres. That's it, right? Go to Psalms 50 and 16.
Psalms chapter 50, verse 16.
Go ahead.
But unto the wicked, the Most High saith,
Go ahead.
Who hast thou to do, to declare?
No, read it again. Read from the top.
But unto the wicked,
read.
God saith,
right?
What hast thou to do, to declare my statutes?
Yeah, the wicked ain't gonna have a chance to declare these statutes, man. The wicked of the nations and the wicked of Israel. It's not gonna happen. The nations don't got the chance to sit up here and teach. They can learn. They're gonna have to learn. They're gonna have to learn how you want your feet, you know, how you want your house kept, how you want things prepared. They're gonna have to learn. But he said, what does the wicked have to do to declare my statutes? Go ahead.
Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth.
They got nothing to do with it. Read.
Seest thou hatest instruction, and cast my words behind thee.
Yeah, they hate instruction and they cast their words behind thee. So they're not going to have a place to teach. Like I said, they can learn. And we're not sitting there hating anybody. You know, I can't speak for every single school out there. You do got some rogue agents. And then, you know, I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for us and the standard that we try to keep. You know, the scriptures say it. If at all possible, be at peace with all men. You know, but then it does say that we got to deal with Israel first. I mean, so that's what we do. That's what we do. Let's see here. Okay, oh, I see, Abakar. The question is in salvation and rulership in the king. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold it. Let me scroll. The law established concepts. I think everyone is in agreement. I'm wondering why some camps, okay, ask a question. Yeah, the same question. Maybe they think the nations serving the laws means salvation for them, which is not true. In the kingdom, the nations will have no choice but to keep the law, but Israel will be ruling under the Most High Christ. When I was in the world, I used to think just like that when I saw a woman with a heathen. Come, Isaiah. All nations are before him as nothing, right? Brothers be going for them sharp swords. So it doesn't mean we teach. They can go right. Yeah, just because they're learning who they are. Remember, our salvation, this is how you put it into your mind when dealing with the nations. Part of our salvation includes the nations. Their level of salvation is to not be destroyed so they can be servants. That's what the scriptures say in Isaiah 14, Isaiah 60, 58. That's what the scriptures say. They're going to be, our possessors are going to be the possessed. We're going to possess our possessors. So our salvation, part of it, we already went through all of the class and everything, but part of our salvation is what? That the nations become our servants. Revelations 13:10. It tells you, he that leadeth into captivity shall be led into captivity. He that killeth with the sword shall be killed with the sword. This is the faith and the patience. This is what we wait for. This is what we believe. This is the faith and the patience of the saints. Nowhere does it ever say in the Bible that the nations are going to be sitting there kicking it with you in rest and in peace. They already have that. This is their kingdom. This is their kingdom. They're going to be saved for another duty after this kingdom is destroyed. It's really as simple as that. Yeah, where we at? You got them. You gonna learn today, right? Any non-Israelites watching, feel free to drop donations and alms. That's yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, listen, I don't know what these guys are talking about. Man, listen, money is green. At the end of the day, it all spends the same, whether it come from a white man, a black man.
That's right.
Bro, you know what I mean? So, listen, stop playing. Stop playing. You guys out there talking, oh, we ain't gonna take the white man's money. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. You go work, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You go work and get a wage, don't you? Okay, listen, there it is, man.
But it's electronically transferred into my bank
Right.
account. I don't have to take the money from them.
Right. God. Let's jump back, man. Let's jump back. Israel's a trip. Israel is tripping. Let's jump back.
And then I don't go to the bank and take the white man money. I use the electronic transfer so I can purchase my products.
And my card is black.
My card is black.
Right? I painted it. I colored it with a Sharpie. Because it was red, because it was Bank of America, and red stands for Esau. And I ain't messing with that.
God.
Now we sound like damn jail Muslims.
Right.
Come on, man. Elijah, read on, bro.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 1. Thou shalt not rise a false report, but not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Right, so you should not accept an unrighteous report. Right? Somebody come to you, hey, such and such, he's out there buying hookers on this and that. I seen him. Okay, well, where's the other witnesses? And did you see him? And, okay, you seen him, well, let's talk to him. Let's see what was really going on. You can't take false reports. Why is it false? Well, the information could be wrong. You didn't come with the witnesses. And we know, let things be established by 2 or 3 witnesses, right? Right. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to rest judgment, neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thy enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help him. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the intimate of righteousness slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked, and thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise.
Right, so, when it talks about wresting judgment, it's talking about perverting judgment, or judging falsely, or being bribed, or using your seat of judgment. Think about it. You got a lot of powerful people that they make decisions that can help less fortunate people. But usually they make decisions in judgment for people that are the same as them, more fortunate, and the less fortunate get left in the dust. So this is what it's going through. It's showing you how should you be judging a matter. When it says about neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. Let's see here. Honor, pay, honor. Claim honor. Active, passive, implication of favor. Be high or proud, crooked. Right. Don't be crooked in a poor man's cause. You see that? So it's just showing you about judgment. That's why Jethro told Moses, get men of honor that hated covetousness, that feared the Lord to judge matters. Because then you would avoid people being bribed, people being used, people being misused, people abusing power when it came to matters of judgment. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 7. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous.
Innocent and righteous.
Innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked, and thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindness the wise, and pervertest the words of the righteous. Also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right, so again, here it is with the stranger. The way we is going into how you deal with people, man. We weren't there to oppress the strangers that were with us or that we came into contact with. He said, you know the heart of a stranger. You know the mind of a stranger. When you oppress them, they're ready to rebel and break loose and cause chaos and havoc. So don't deal like that. You can still have things set up, like have them serve. Think about it. When we have them serve in the kingdom, are we going to be oppressing them? No. It ain't going to be oppression. No, it's going to be a righteous servitude. It ain't going to be what they did to us in the South 400 years ago. When because you didn't want to change your name, they killed you or raped you, cut your breast off, hung you, cut your testicles off. We ain't cutting off testicles, because I'm not touching no man's testicles.
Damn right. Excuse me.
I'm not breaking no bull. If you know what that is, when the slave owners went through and raped the male slaves, I'm not doing that. Listen, that's not even going to be condoned in the kingdom. So it's going to be a whole different level of having these strangers, because they're going to be strangers in the land, and using them for what they're going to be there for, which is to serve. Go ahead. You may be able to buy salvation, just not be what you think. Right. Read on.
Verse 10. And 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat.
This is why it says the earth is defiled by the inhabitants thereof. Where it says in Daniel they broken the everlasting covenant. It's things like this where they don't let the earth rest. They try to do it now though. The farmers, you know what they'll do? Because they see Most High is checking their ass. So what they'll do is, let's say they got 100 acres. They'll plow 50 acres one year, and then they'll leave it, and then 50 acres the next year. And then they'll do it back and forth. But it's still not what the Most High wanted. He said 6 years plow, 1 year rest. So they try to circumvent the punishment that the Most High has given them. By, okay, they know they got to let the land rest. They know they can't overwork the land or else it won't yield. So that's their remedy. We'll plow on this side 1 year, leave that. The next year we'll come back on this side, leave that. And then this year, and then you know what? We'll just make GMO seeds that don't need water. That's what GMO was really about. They made genetically modified seeds that didn't need to be watered as frequently, that can live through drought. Yeah. Go look at Monsanto and all the other little GMOs. That's what that was about, man. How to yield crop in adverse situations with less water, because that's what was happening. The earth, the water was drying up. Most High was shutting up the heavens, and these farmers were losing a lot of crop. So here comes Monsanto with GMO. And I'm not saying that was the sole reason why they made these GMO seeds, but that's part of it. They genetically modified the seed to not need as much water. So they grow in drought. They grow without the water. And then they modify them to do a lot more stuff. They modify seeds. I was reading something. They modify the seeds to enact with certain DNAs a certain way.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, you eat certain things. You know, we've been on this fast. We've been on this fast for some time now, and you know, it's just been green eating. Like if I do eat something, it's just plant. And I already know the minute I go back to eating even some corn, I'm gonna be having the sniffles. Some cheese, I'm gonna have the sniffles. You know, Purim's coming up. I definitely gotta eat this fish and this meat, this jerk chicken. So I'm gonna have to get the sniffles for that on purpose. Right? I'm gonna have to take one for the team. But the point is, you know, you take certain things from your body, you take certain things away, and then you introduce it, you'll see the effects that it has. And even the little plants that we juice and we think that we in there, those are GMO.
Yeah.
Those are genetically modified. A lot of them. They say organic, that's just a trademark. Organic don't mean organic. Organic don't mean what you think it means. Like organically grown in your mama's backyard with with clean soil, and like, what is that? What's clean soil? Who provides the soil? The water that these things are being grown with. Is it filter water? Is it plant water that they cleaned? What water is it? Is it rainwater from the skies? What water is it? So you don't know, none of it is clean. It's all, the earth is defiled. But it's because of things like this, laws like this that have been broken, where the Most High is like, okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna give y'all what you reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. So you want to break the law? Well, I'm gonna give you things that are broken. I'm gonna give you destroyed crops. You know, I was watching something just about. I think I talked to y'all about this before. They were talking about the nutrients in certain foods are not how it used to be maybe 50 years ago, like an apple. You know, back in the day, you used to get an apple. Apple was probably this big, right? Old school apple, not one of the big red. I'm talking about an old school apple was probably this big, but it was packed with nutrients. Now you get an apple this big old green apples that I love. I love them green ones. And you don't get no nutrition from it. You actually eat them and they constipate you when you eat too many, because if you don't wash the wax off the apple, you know, they got food grade wax. You gotta heat the apple up and rub the wax off. If you eat too much of that, it gets in your system and messes you up. But the point is, they're making the things bigger, less nutrients, because they're making so much. They grow these things throughout the year. So they were saying if you want to get the most nutrients out of your fruits, you go for the exotic fruits that have a tougher time growing. They have a tougher climate, or they're truly only seasonal. You get things like that because now they got to fight to grow. It's really a survival of the fittest type of thing. And you'll get, because what are they going to do to grow? Draw all the nutrients they can to survive, and that's going to be in there. But if I got an apple grove on every corner, what does the apple got to do to survive anymore? Nothing. It's overpopulated. Oranges, apples, bananas, they ain't got no nutrients like they used to. So now you got to go for like the dragon fruit. Now you got to go for the soursop. Soursop, $10 a pound. I went and got 30 pounds. I went and got 3 pounds the other day, and I'm so mad because one of them spoiled.
Dang.
The biggest one. That thing was like this. It had to at least be 2 pounds. Man, that thing spoiled, man. Yeah, you make a good little shake with that, you know, a little smoothie. Anyway, but it's because of these things, man. They abuse the land that brings forth the fruit, so the fruit that comes from it ain't gonna be good. It's gonna be watered down. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 11. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt do with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. Right, so the 7th year you just let things go, let it grow naturally. Whatever grew, that was for the stranger and animals. Then on the 8th year you come back,
All that stuff's gone. You till the land again. You start the cycle over. Yeah, there might have been an Edomite online because somebody gave us a thumbs down. So, I mean, how you get a thumbs down talking about the soil?
About the land. They must be salty.
Yeah, you said something about reparations and paying back with the restoring the pledge, and it was like, nah, ain't no pledge being restored. Thumbs down.
God, I already know you ain't gonna restore the pledge. You filthy animal. You filthy animal. Go ahead, read it.
Verse 12. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and thy son of thy handmaid, and the stranger may be refreshed, and in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
Meaning circumspect. Watch. Look at all the things. You know, wrap your mind around all these concepts. Go ahead.
And make the mention.
Make no mention.
No mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3.
Yeah, we weren't even supposed to mention any of these other gods. And think about how many there are. Think about how many you just talk about
Casually, daily.
daily. Give me a pair of Nikes.
Oh.
Go! Everybody's out of here.
Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Oh,
Friday.
snap.
Right? May, June, July. Right?
January. Saturn, Jupiter.
Yeah, you start naming planets all of a sudden. You in there.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
You start, hey,
Filthy.
but think about it.
That's
They
sneaky
do this
move.
on purpose
That's it.
to get you to continuously. So for those Israelites out there that are perfect law keepers, I hope you ain't calling it Monday. I hope you ain't talking about Mars and Jupiter and Venus. Venus was a god,
That's right.
right? I hope you don't say the word Easter. Ishtar, the god of fertility,
Dang.
right? You perfect Israelites out there that are law abiding and don't break no law, and I keep the law to its fullest. Now you see why you got grace? Because as soon as you mention Easter, you're supposed to be struck down.
Thor.
Even
Yeah, Thursday, yeah. Sunday, sun worship. What's that?
Even Christmas, that's like a major.
Yeah, Christmas.
face.
Yeah.
Even that's not even his birthday. They associate that with being his birthday or like something like that.
Right.
Something, Christ's birthday or something.
Yeah, they associate Christmas with his birth, but we know that that's false.
Yeah.
Yeah, but think about how many gods that have been created just by man, and you mentioned them.
That's so true.
Yeah. You know, so you start talking about the Olympics and the Greek gods. And,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
bro, so, you know, for all those perfect Israelites out there that are perfect in the law, hopefully you ain't mentioning those things, because then you wouldn't be perfect. But that's where grace comes in, because you did so many things unknowingly, you're supposed to be wiped out naming these other gods. Go ahead, read.
Verse 12.
14.
Verse 14. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the mouth of thy. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruit of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of thy field. 3 times in the year of the males shall my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy power. Thou shalt not see a kid in his mother's milk.
Right, so it says thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk, meaning to seethe means to boil. So you weren't supposed to slaughter a baby animal and then boil it up in his mother's milk. That's where the little fake Jews talk about eating cheese and milk together. So they don't do like cheeseburgers. They don't do cheese pizza. Because they see this and they're like, well, let's avoid doing that. That's all they're saying. You're not supposed to take that slaughtered baby animal and boil it up in its mother's milk. You know, you use milk for cooking. So you weren't supposed to milk that mother, slaughter that calf, and then go boil that baby or cook that baby along with the mother's milk wasn't an ingredient in that cooking. So even that, you perfect Israelites out there that eat cheeseburgers, that eat cheese pizza, that eat man, I was watching something. Man, I gotta stop talking about food. But there's something I gotta make for the feast, man. I ain't gonna tell y'all about it. Anyway, we got a lot of meat and a lot of cheese in it. He's saying not to do it, right? But how do you know what milk is coming from what cow when you walk into the grocery store and just buy a gallon? How do you know what beef is coming from what baby, what cow when you just go buy a roll of beef or some steakums? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You don't know. It could be all coincidence that they all come from the same farm that day. You grab you a gallon. I hope nobody here ain't drinking milk. Cow's milk, I hope not. Right? We off cow's milk, right? Con? Okay. I hope so, because that ain't what you want to be drinking. That's not what you want to drink, man. You want to if you're gonna do something, you do cashew milk, almond milk, rice milk, all the other milks. Stay away from the soy milk. That'll give you breasts if you're a man. Stay away from the cow's milk. That'll give you pus if you're a person. Okay? But that's what that's saying. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 20.
Right?
Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared.
That's it.
Right. Any questions? Yes, sir.
That French vanilla creamer have cow's milk in it?
I don't know. You have to look. It'll say it. It'll say you have non-dairy creamers and then you have just regular creamers. So usually when it says non-dairy, it's non-dairy. You talking about the blue one? The blue one. I'm pretty sure it got cow in there. It tastes so good, it got to. I mean, it's so tasty. I'm sure it has cow's milk in it. Yeah, well, that's why I don't mess with creamer. If I do coffee, I just do black. Yeah, it takes away from the whole point of coffee is useless when you start adding sugar and cream.
Right.
Yeah, you take away the whole point because now you're just making a sugary drink. You might as well just drink Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid, the sugar in coffee will get you more hype than the caffeine will. That's why you drink it and crash and you got to get another cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, but black coffee is good. If you got problems going to the restroom, it's a laxative. If you have, let's say you worked out the day before and you got sore muscles, the caffeine releases lactic acid out of your muscles. So a cup, little like me, I'm bougie. They call I like to drink my little. I got like a cup for everything.
Yeah.
I got a beer cup. I got a water cup. I got a coffee cup. Like nice little cups with like you can turn your pinky up. But I have this black cup. It's like that big, and that's my coffee cup. My rib knows if I want coffee. If I say, "Hey, can you make some coffee?" She'll make it, and she brings me in this nice flat black cup that I like. That's what I drink coffee out of. Right? When I want a beer, I have this beer cup.
I got a mug.
Yeah, I have mugs, but I like this cup. This is Ed Hardy cup that I like. It fits one beer perfectly. Water cups. Yeah, it's weird. I know.
I'm picturing going to Quasab's house in the kingdom.
Listen, I like stuff like that, like cups.
I do.
And different cups to drink from, and it's weird. I know, but I like it. I like nice glassware. Anyway, next reading. No, enough about me. You're gonna be doing a lot of dishes in the kingdom. Wash some cups, boy.
Yeah, you still got a lot of work on.
Yeah, ain't no dishwasher in the kingdom. In my
Only
house.
use the same cup once.
I kind of do that now. That's fine.
Jeremiah Shabbat Shah Yehuda Ban Yashra.
Jeremiah, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala, Men of Israel, I'm money. Barak,
Yehuda Shem Yahushai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
Not just particular about his laundry. He's specific cups too. Yeah. Oh, see, y'all know how I get down with my laundry and my cups. Listen.
A lot of dishwashing and clothes washing, huh?
If you walk in my closet, everything's color coded. I mean, right?
From
Color?
light to dark.
I got like civilian clothing and I got Israelite clothing on one side. I got all garment stuff color coded on one side, and then civilian like house and sweat stuff on this side, all color. Is that wrong? You gotta know where to find stuff. I know things off of color, like I want to wear this shirt because of this color, so I know where it's at. Right? Yeah, I like order. Everything. My socks, everything is like ordered a specific way. So nobody could just walk in my house and do my laundry for me because you would be lost. Just in putting the laundry away, you'd be like, what the hell is he doing? Anyway. Yeah. I'm sorry. Where we at? Read Exodus 23 and start at verse 20 so we can read this down.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared.
Check this out. Read.
Verse 21. Beware of him and obey his voice.
Right. He said obey his voice. So whatever angel the Most High sent before us to prepare the way, that's the angels that was going to talk to us. No man has heard his voice or seen his shape at any time. It was always an angel. So when Moses was talking to the angel right back in Exodus, when you go back to Exodus, what is that, 3? No. What was that? Exodus. Yeah, my bad. It is Exodus 3. Exodus chapter 3 and verse 2.
Exodus.
Let's get this clear. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 3 and verse 2.
Right.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush.
Right.
And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed.
Right. So the angel of the Lord appeared to Moses. When you go down and read, the same angel of the Lord was the one that responded in verse 14. When Moses said, what should he say? What did he say? Read Exodus chapter 3 and verse
6.
3 and verse 13. Read Exodus 3 and verse 13.
Exodus chapter 3 and verse 13. And Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name?
Right.
What shall I say unto them?
Right. So remember, Moses was speaking to an angel here. So he was asking the angel, hey, angel of the Lord.
Yes.
When they ask me, what is his name?
I am that I am.
Right? What are we going to call him? Go ahead.
And God said unto Moses,
Right.
I am that I am.
Right. I am that I am, or I be, he be what he be. Right? So we have to remember that this was answered in a second person. So he be what? It would be Yahweh. It wouldn't be Ahia, because then that would give you a different context of speech. That would mean he was answering in the first person, but he wasn't. He was answering in the second person. The Most High never spoke to Moses through his own voice. Does everybody get that?
God.
Right? So the angel was answering on the behalf of the Most High.
God.
He be what he be, or he is what he is. You see that? The Most High himself didn't answer Moses, or else that would contradict St. John 5:37. That would contradict St. John, what is that? There's another one in St. John. But it would what is it?
118.
118. So it would contradict those scriptures. Right? It said in St. John, you at no time have heard his voice or seen his shape. Now we go into Exodus 23 and 21. He said, beware of him, speaking of the angel, and obey his voice. So we were obeying the voices of angels the whole time. Remember, even this was an angel speaking. Even this was an angel speaking. We never heard the voice of the Most High. Y'all get that, right?
God.
Right. So his name wouldn't be Ahia. It would be Yahweh. Right. It's the context in which the dialogue is happening. This is happening in second. It wouldn't be first person, because first person would be Moses and the Most High. It's happening in second person, where it's Moses and the angel speaking about the Most High. Y'all get that? Right. I hope I got my persons right. Go ahead, read on.
Provoke him not.
Right?
For he
will
not pardon your transgressions.
Praise the Lord. Go ahead, read.
For my name is in him.
Go ahead.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak.
You see that? You see how the Most High, he said, if you obey his voice, but do all that I speak. Because the Most High is speaking through the angels. But the voice you hear is that angel. That's cold, ain't it? Read on. Then I, verse 22, the middle of it. Read on. You see it? Start from the top. It's okay.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto the enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries. For my angel shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and Hivites, and the
Jebusites.
And I will cut them off.
I will do what?
Cut them off.
Remember back in Samuel, when we were like, yeah, give us a king. We want to be like the nations. We want a king to go out before us to fight battles. We had angels. I don't want no damn king fighting for me when I got an angel.
God.
When I got a legions. When I got Christ going before us. Listen, every time we went out, after the Ark of the Covenant was built, everywhere we went, before we went, what went before us? The Ark of the Covenant. Why? Because we couldn't conceptualize, well, there's an angel that's already there, spying out and doing what he got to do. So he made this Ark of the Covenant to give us what? He used my favorite word. He gave us something tangible to be able to see, like, oh, the Ark of the Covenant is going to go before us, and then we're going to walk around a city 7 times, yell real loud, and the walls are going to fall down. It must be the Ark. It must be the mercy seat. Right? Our people, man, gotta have something to grab onto and see.
That's true.
But he was telling them right here. He said, beware of him, because he won't pardon you. So as soon as you murmured and some fiery snakes came out and bit you, you know, okay, there's an angel amongst us. The destroyer is amongst us. You should have known, right? How come you didn't grab onto it then? You see how we'll deal with what we want to deal with mentally? We'll hold on to what we want to hold on to. I mean, because it's easy to say, well, if I was there and the snakes came out and I survived, then I would be in line the rest of the time. Okay. Would you? Right? Go ahead, read. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. But thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve the Lord our God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill.
Right, so basically when we got into this land of Canaan, this promised land, man, he said nothing would cast their young. You wasn't going to have no miscarriages. You wasn't going to have no, oh, I can't give birth. Everything was going to be just fruitful. Go ahead.
I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee.
They was going to run, man. Read.
And I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land.
Right, so even when you look at that, he was going to give us a slow overtake of these nations. Think about it, man. He said he was going to send hornets, bees, to drive them out. How ferocious were those bees? Yeah, man. Remember, he said there'd be spirits that be created for vengeance. Right? Teeth of wild beasts, scorpions, fire, death, the sword, famine. All right, where we at?
Verse 31. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Philistines.
The Philistines.
Philistines, and from the desert unto the river, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in my land, lest they make thee sin against me. For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto thee.
Yeah. Not all of our people want to be Egyptologists. They want to be Kemet. They want to, be white witch, Wiccan. You want to serve these gods. It's a snare. It's a trip. It trips you up from getting to the place that you are supposed to be. So, I mean, when you read history and then you can live in history, when you read it and then you're living the history that was written, it's like, dang, it's cold. And you're living the prophecies we live in these prophecies right now. Certain of these prophecies we're living. And one of the biggest snare to our people is following these African customs, these African gods. Some of our people really believe in Wakanda. Like, that's a real thing. They really believed it when Black Panther came out. Like, I'm really gonna believe in it. And they invested time and money into the thought of Wakanda.
They united in
Wakanda.
Wakanda.
Yeah, come on, man.
Everybody was doing the brothers would be walking up to each other in the mall like, oh, he black. And, and then the brother would do it back.
Yeah, but at that same time, the Birth of a Nation that came out too. Nobody was talking about that movie.
Nope.
Nobody was talking about that movie. Everybody was on Black Panther.
I still gotta see that.
Birth of a Nation?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
You don't want to see it. I hate watching movies like that. One implored me to go see it. I was like, hell nah. And, you know, he asked me to go, so I went. He kind of had to, cause I don't like watching. I got enough visualization in my head. I don't need to see it.
12 Years a Slave, that's the tough one.
I didn't watch that one either. I'm good on that. The Butler, 12 Years a Slave.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Spook that stuff at the door.
No, that one went too harsh though.
I'm good though. I'm good. I don't need to be riled up anymore. I don't need any more fuel to my fire. And if I start to lose fire, then I might turn on one of them movies and get hyped, son. But I'm good, man. I'm good with everything that goes on daily. And to sit back and watch like Rosewood. Remember Rosewood? That was like one of my first introductions to like slavery movies. I was like, what is this? Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. So, where we going?
It's with Judah.
Yeah, who shall rise them up?
It's to rouse up Judah.
Listen, I'm already roused. Right? I'm already roused. Stay hyped. Right? Who's gonna rouse them up, man? Judah gotta get off that couch. That couch and stop couching. Right? Like an old lion. Like an old lion, man. Judah gotta wake the hell up.
Come back up for the attack. Get back on the prey. The prey, which is this. Supposed to all those slavery movies and stuff, when they come out, it shouldn't put you to want to go bash in the skulls of Edomites. It should push you to want to regain your rulership, power, and authority through the wisdom.
Yep.
Because the wisdom gets all of that. The wisdom puts you above all that. Yeah, I like it. You know, it keeps in the forefront of the mind what's happening, what's been happening, and how the Bible is true. All the things that the Bible talked about, all the curses. Yeah, if we ain't the Israelites, who are?
Right, dang straight.
It's undeniable that we are the Israelites. Because this happened to nobody else on planet Earth throughout history. Think about it. Throughout the existence of human life, it only happened like these curses fit us.
So true.
Man, if the Most High ain't dealing with us, I don't know who is. So yeah, I like him. I like him for the fact of that. Yeah, we are the people. Yeah, Esau's gonna get. Oh, they're gonna get double that. Yeah, I wasn't there to witness this and see it. I heard about it through history books, but like a visual just adds more fuel to the flame. It's like, oh, they gonna get that double? Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, I get hyped on those movies.
Go ahead.
Like you said, he stay hyped.
Go ahead, read on.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 1.
Stay hyped.
And he said unto Moses, Come up unto the Lord, thou and Aaron, Nadab, and
Abihu,
and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with the voice, and said,
They said what?
All the words which the Lord hath said will we do.
They bounded themselves with a covenant, an oath, a vow. Go ahead.
And And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded the altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in the basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people, and they said, all the Lord hath said will we do, and be obedient.
You know, it was funny. There's this whack meme that be on Facebook, that be on Instagram, that none of the people in the Bible had the Bible. Moses had part of it. He just said he read it, right? He was reading to them the law. So how did he not have it? There's little things like that, you know, when they throw things out there like that, like nobody in the Bible had the Bible. They say that so they can disannul the validity of the scriptures. Like, well, what were they following? Well, what the hell was Moses reading? He didn't have the Bible. It said he wrote it down and then he read it to them. Right? And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord and rose up early in the morning and built an altar under the hill. So what did Moses start writing? What did he start writing?
The law.
Remember, Moses started writing all the way from Genesis. Start writing all the way from Genesis. He started giving them everything.
The Torah, that's right.
Yeah, Moses was responsible for writing the first 5 books. That was what he was given. That's what he was given when he went up to Mount Sinai. He wasn't just shown the law, he was shown the beginning and the end.
God.
Right? So go ahead, let's read on.
And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord hath made with you concerning all these words.
Right, which was also symbolic of Yahushua going up on that altar and shedding his blood for the people. Go ahead.
Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness.
Right, so remember, let's make sure we go there. Go to St. John 5:37. Because even when you read this, you're like, man, but they saw a clear body. It was God. It wasn't God.
What was the chapter?
St. John, read it. Tell them where you at.
St. John chapter 5, verse 37.
Read it.
And the Father himself, which hath sent me, hath borne witness of me.
Go ahead.
Ye have neither heard his voice at any time.
You never heard his voice at any time. Go ahead.
Nor seen his shape.
Or ever seen the shape of the Most High. At any time. So even here, when they seen this glorious sight, tell them where we at again.
John chapter 5, verse 37.
Right. So St. John 5, what you do is write it down first and then grab it. But once you got it written down, you always have it. Right, so when they saw this glorious sight, and in verse 10 in Exodus 24 and 10, read that again. Exodus 24 and 10, read that, Jeremiah.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 10. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness.
Right. So they seen the majesty, they seen the representation of the Most High that they can comprehend, but they didn't see the Most High himself. They didn't see the Most High power. Their eyes would probably leak out of their skulls. You can drop that scripture. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 11. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand also they saw God and did eat and drink. And the Lord said unto Moses, Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stone, and a law and commandments which I have written, that thou mayest. And Moses rose up. And
So Yahushai, when it says the Lord, that's talking about Yahushai. Came to Moses, hey, you're going to come with me. I got something to show you. We're going to have to do some studying. Right? You're going to be the understudy for 40 days. What else was he up there doing for 40 days and 40 nights?
That's true.
Chilling? Nah, he wasn't just up there just losing his mind on a fast. He was getting his mind increased. Go ahead. Not yet.
And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua and Moses went up into the mount of God, and he said unto the elders, Tarry ye for us until we come again unto you, and behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moses went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of the Lord abode.
See that?
Upon the mount Sinai.
The glory of the Lord. That's all they saw was the glory of the Lord. Go ahead.
And the cloud covered it 6 days, and the seventh day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud.
Right. We know the clouds are the chariots.
Yeah.
Behold, I cometh with clouds. So we know the clouds are the chariots, right? So that's that for that part. You got the highlights over there. He ain't playing with them highlights. You learn from Yashkar. That's good though. Any questions on the Exodus reading before we go over to Isaiah?
Oh, this one.
He read to what?
Oh, no, it's
16, right?
It's more verse.
Let him read it.
Okay. Good size chapter.
Read 16 and 17, Jeremiah, in Exodus.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 17. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like the devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel.
So imagine that they actually seen the Most High Himself. Like I said, their eyes would have literally leaped out of the sockets. It said the sight of the majesty was like a devouring fire. It says the Most High is a consuming fire. If He touched the mountains, it would melt like wax. So imagine seeing the Most High. What would happen? Wow. Go ahead, read 18.
And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and gat him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights.
Right. Go to that. Go to 2nd Ezra in the Apocrypha. What is that? 14 and verse 3. What? 4?
4.
14 and 4. Yeah, he was there for 40 days and 40 nights, so he wasn't just having a slumber party. What was going on? Read that.
2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 4. It's on page 31. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt and brought him up to the mount of Sinai, where I held him by me a long season.
40 days and 40 nights.
And told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the times.
Right, so he gave him creation. He showed Moses the creation. That's how Moses was able to write about it. Go ahead.
And the end.
Right, so even if Moses wanted to write down the end, he could have wrote it down. But that wasn't for him to do. Go ahead.
And commanded him, saying, These words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide.
So you're going to write these first 5, and that's that. You're going to write the first 5 and leave it at that. But Moses could have wrote all the way through time. Because he's seen the beginning and the end. He could have wrote about the kingdom. He's seen it. But that was for John the Revelator. All right, any questions on that? All right. Right, Yashikar, right?
Yes, sir.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashrala.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala, Mir Israel, I'm money. Right.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Rakatah.
So we're going to Isaiah 66, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 66, starting at verse 1. Isaiah chapter 66.
Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me, and where is the place of my rest? For all those things hath mine hand made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembleth at my word.
Right, that's what the Most High, remember, he give grace unto the humble, and he rejecteth the proud. Go ahead.
Verse 3. He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb, as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation, as if he offered swine's blood. He that burneth incense, as if he blessed an idol. Yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighteth in their abominations. I also will choose their delusions, and I will bring their fears upon them. Because when I called, none did answer. When I spake, they did not hear. But they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not. Verse 5. Hear the word of the Lord, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let the Lord be glorified. But he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. A voice of noise from the city, a voice from the temple, a voice of the Lord that rendereth recompense to his enemies. Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. Who hath heard such a thing? Who hath seen such things?
Right, so, you know, what is going to be, what this goes into chapter 7, verses 7 down to 7, 12, 13. You know, what it's going into is about Israel. It's about Israel being, you know, coming forth as that righteous nation. The woman, remember when we read about the woman in Ezra's? Ezra's 9, the woman and she had a son? Right. You could attach those scriptures to that to what it's saying here. Delivered a man child. Who has, watch, read verse 8.
Verse 8. Who hath heard of such a thing? Who hath seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? or shall a nation be born at once? For as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. Shall I bring to thee birth, and not cause to bring forth, saith the Lord? Shall I cause to bring forth, and shut the womb, saith the Most High? Rejoice ye with Jerusalem, and be glad with her.
Yeah, that her is Jerusalem. You see that? The birth is speaking of us, the children.
You say in second Ezra what, sir? What's second Ezra?
Second Ezra's 9. Remember we talked about the woman?
Oh, con.
Second Ezra's 9 and 38 down.
Right now.
Right. Go ahead.
Rejoice for the joy with her, all ye that mourn for her. Verse 11. That ye may suck and be satisfied with the breast of her consolations. That ye may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. For thus saith the Lord.
So it's just talking about us being established as a nation. Being nurtured up as a nation. Go ahead.
Verse 12. For thus saith the Lord. Behold, I will extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream.
Wait, he said he's going to do what?
I will extend peace to her like a river.
Right.
And the glory of the Gentiles.
So the glory of the Gentiles is going to be extended unto us like a what?
Like a flowing stream.
So a flowing stream, it don't stop. Right? It don't stop. It keeps on flowing. Until it's not flowing, then it's no longer a flowing stream. So what is it showing us? That the Gentiles are going to be part of the way we get built up. And that's what's going to sustain us. I mean, we sustain them, right? And when I say sustain, not meaning that we're going to have to rely on them. Like if they all perish, then we no longer be able to cease. Yahweh Shai, the Most High, is going to sustain us. But to build up waste places and to build up the kingdom, the outer skirts and the outer walls, that's going to be them. Go ahead.
Like a flowing stream, then shall ye suck. You shall be borne upon her sides, and be dandled upon her knees. As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you, and ye shall be comforted in Jerusalem. Verse 14. And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb. And the hand of the Lord shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation toward his enemies. For behold, the Lord will come with fire.
So before we're built up, established, sucking the breast of the Gentiles and being nursed by the Gentiles, he said the Lord is going what?
For behold, the Lord will come with fire.
Go ahead.
And with his chariots like a whirlwind.
Go ahead.
To render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire.
Go ahead.
For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh.
So if you thought Christ was coming for a picnic, if you thought he was coming to hand out passes to heaven, he's coming with a sword to kill. He said with fire and with a sword. It ain't about Skittles and bubblegum and salvation passes. Like this is a pass to Elish's. Hell nah. You have to pass under this rod, the law. And if you don't make it, it's death. Go ahead. This is the Lord. This is the Lord Jesus of the Bible. Okay? This ain't your Christian Jesus. Read.
Verse 16, second precept. And the slain of the Lord shall be many.
It should be a little bit.
Shall be many.
It's going to be many. Billions of people are going to die. The slain of the Lord shall be many. Go ahead.
Verse 17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them.
Right.
And I will send those that escape of them unto the nations to Tarshish.
Right, so Tarshish, who knows who Tarshish is?
Spain.
Well, let's deal with who he was biblically. The son of who?
Oh, man.
Tarshish. What nation did he come from?
son?
Yeah, what son? He came from one of three sons.
Japheth.
Go ahead.
Tarshish, Pul, and Lud.
Right. So Tarshish was a grandson of Japhet. You got Pul and Lud. Lud is what you would call today Lydia. Right? But they're a son of Shem. But when you look at where they were on the map, remember you had Shem, right? When Moses, not Moses, when Noah, when the boat landed in Ararat, which is Turkey, you got Turkey up here, you got Africa down here, you got Israel down here, you got Russia over here. Shem is down here. Ham is over here in Africa. Japhet was up here. But Lud, being a Shemitic tribe, they ended up there with Japhet. So he's naming these tribes that are associated with Japhet. If you look at it. Go ahead.
That draw the bow.
Right.
To Tubal.
Right. Tubal, right? Tubal was what? That would be, it was a king of Assyria. No, excuse me. Pul was a king of Assyria. Lud, right, son of Shem. Tubal and Javan, who are they? They're sons of Japhet. So this is going into like the lineage of Japhet. Go ahead.
And Javan.
Right.
To the isles of far off.
Right. When you look at the isles, Japhet inhabited the isles. You know what isles is talking about? Not like the Caribbean islands, Bahamas. The isles of the Gentiles, when you look at it, it was the Greek islands. Pathros and all those little islands that are up in there, in between Africa, in between Spain, in between Africa and Italy, in between Africa and Turkey, there's islands. And then there's islands up in Greece. There's hundreds of islands up in there. And then when you cross over Russia, the top of Russia, there's islands that are off the coast of Russia on the north. There's also islands when you go, Great Britain, that's an island, right? Then you have smaller islands off the coasts. So there was all types of isles that Japhet inhabited that it's going into. But look at what it's saying. Go ahead, verse 20.
To the isles of far off,
right,
that have not heard my fame,
right,
neither have seen my glory, they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles.
Go ahead.
Verse 20. And they shall bring all your brethren from offering unto the Lord.
They shall do what?
Bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Lord.
Right.
Out of all nations.
Right. Why would they be offering unto the Lord? They're trying to get out of that whooping. They're trying to bring it tells you, right, when you read in Isaiah 60, he says, the ships of Tarshish, right? Surely the isles shall wait for me, Isaiah 60 and 9. And the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of the Lord thy power, and the Holy One of Israel, because he had glorified thee. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls. So the ships of Tarshish, these nations, they're going to be bringing our sons and our daughters from these isles, from all these places that you couldn't even imagine. The earth is a lot more expansive than you think. And listen, it's way more than what you think it is, what they show you. And if you haven't been there, it's hard to fathom. But, and even the maps don't do justice all the time. But there's so many different little islands out there that if you just look at if you go to Google Map and just look at Google Map, until you start zooming in, there's islands in the middle of the Atlantic. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
There's islands in the middle of the Atlantic. You got to zoom in and you'll see like, oh, whoa, it's like 4 or 5 islands down there. People live there. There's about 100 islands off the coast of the west coast. It's like the southwest coast of Africa. There's like 100 islands down there that people live on. Imagine how many Israelites are there.
It's true.
Imagine how many of our people just got left behind there or hopped off a boat and swam and made it to one of them islands. And then it started a life, started a family, and boom, they're there. started a whole tribe of people, a whole nation of people. It's not far-fetched. See what I'm saying? He over there looking now. This is what I do on my late night creep. My late night creep, let me see. My late night creeps be, Madagascar. Yeah. Like Madagascar is more apparent. You can see it. But when you zoom in, you'll see, like, wait, Madagascar is, boom, right there. There's another island next to it. There's islands off the coast of Australia. There's a lot. There's islands off of Antarctica. What is this? Oh, yeah, you're right. Ponte Delgada. Where is this at?
It's in the middle of the Atlantic.
That's what I'm saying. This is right in the middle of the Atlantic, close to Portugal. There's a few islands. So these are probably South American controlled. Santa Cruz de la Grossi, Horta, Madalena. Yeah, these islands are small, but if they're named, watch this. And then all you gotta do is zoom in to see if there's roads. Listen. Yep. Look. Look at them houses. That looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at that.
They got space.
Oh yeah. You zoom into one of these islands, and boom. It's a whole community. You don't know who's on them islands. So that's just the Atlantic Ocean. When you get into, all the little islands that are off the coast of the Caribbeans, there's islands everywhere, man. But these isles that it was going into, dealing with Japhet, was the isles right there where Japhet was, which was like Greece. I mean, there's islands all in here, all in the Black Sea. Between Greece and Turkey, I mean, come on. There's like 50 islands. Right, so y'all get the point. Like, right, Cape Verde. Yep. Cape Verde, yeah, Cape Verde is a big one. They say that's where, isn't that where they say all the hurricanes come from?
Yeah.
The Cape Verde Islands, I think, right? So that's right off the west coast of Africa, is it?
I saw a video on that. That's where they have. That's where they came from. All the slaves were brought through there.
Yeah. It says you got that island in the Indian Ocean with that tribe that doesn't let outsiders in. I think it was 2 years ago they killed someone trying to reach their island. Yeah, you got islands like that. They're not letting you come in. And they just live in peace. They live amongst themselves. But, hey, it might be an Israelite amongst them. That tribe might be an Israelite person that started that tribe. We don't know. But the Sentinelese tribe, okay. They might, listen, might be Israelites, man. Sound like Benjamin to me. What's that?
So verse 20, verse 19 is talking about Tarshish, Pul, and Lud.
It's talking about who's going to bring your children from far. Japhet.
Khan.
Right.
Me, myself, I don't really be, like Japhet right now, obviously this is a prophecy that they're going to be some part of benefactor of bringing our people. Obviously it just says they're here, but I don't ever hear anything about them today.
Yeah, well, because Esau took over. Yep. Magog, Gog, all them places, Turkey, Russia, and those places, Gomer. Those places are inhabited by the white man. So he took over Japhet. He went in there, and they do what white people do. Yeah.
Virus.
They took over. So what it's saying is that our people are going to be coming from these lands. They're going to be coming from these lands. The ships, Tarshish. Tarshish was known for what? The merchant ships that they ship things from up the coasts, the coast of Israel, the coast of, from Tyre to Zidon, down into Palestine. They were known for the merchant ships.
Solomon used them.
That makes sense.
Solomon used them, the ships of Tarshish, because they were good. They were known as merchant ships. They were good for doing that. So what is it saying? That they're gonna be bringing out. They're gonna know how to do this. Ain't gonna be no coincidence. The best of the best.
Because they inherited.
That was their. That's where they inhabited. So. Our children are, our people are scattered in the four corners of the earth. So this is my question. If they're going to be coming from these lands, how they going to look? They're going to look like these people. They're not all gonna be one color. They're not all gonna be one dark shade of brown. They're not all gonna be black to a crisp. They're not all gonna be light like the sun never touched them. You're gonna get the lightest of the light skin, the darkest of the dark skin. They're gonna look like the people that they live amongst. That's it. That's it. Just like you look American, you look American, you look American, you look American, I look American, right? When we were running around like Americans. You look like the typical American black male. You fit the description. Now you look like an Israelite. Got the beard, got the garment, got the mind state, right? But there's such thing as looking American. Because when you go to other countries, they're like, oh, he's American.
That's true.
Go to another country and dress the way you're dressed. They're gonna look and say, well, the quality, he may be coming from America. But why is he dressed like that? What is he, a singer? Right? But go to America just on a vacation, dressed in like just whatever you go to vacation on. I haven't been on vacation in so long, I don't know what you wear. But they're gonna be able to look and say, oh, he's a tourist. He came from foreign, right? What part of the state you come from, Nate? They're gonna know by the way you dress that you're American. Because there's an American look. There's an American dress code. So think about our people that's gonna be coming out of America that haven't really fully woken up to the truth. That's gonna happen too. What's that?
It's like one time when me and my husband were in New England, we went to this like fancy restaurant that was ran by Mediterranean people.
Right.
And it was really fancy. Like all the white people are dressed up, but we went in our sweats. And they're like, "Are you guys from New York? You guys just hit that culture." We had face tattoos. They're like,
damn, you like New Yorkers?
New Yorkers.
That's terrible.
Like,
We're like Mexico, bro.
That's terrible. Every New Yorker ain't got face tats. Oh, they try to say y'all like Tekashi.
Because we were had face tats.
Hands down, don't shoot. Anyway, but y'all see the point. Y'all see the point. He got his beard now. Tekashi, he grew a beard.
Oh, he did?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He grew a beard. He definitely looks like Post Malone.
The teeth are mini colors.
Definitely looks like Post Malone. Anyway.
Don't say Yasha Olive.
Post Malone's a Edomite though.
Read. Where we at? What was your question? Finish it up so you good.
Anything for Salinas, huh?
Right? Anything for Selena.
Verse 20. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 20.
Check this out. The sister Diana. She said, my father is darker than Quatazah. My mother looks white, but they are both of African and Portuguese descent. Slave, master mix. Yeah. Because every person in slavery wasn't dark, wasn't black like my vest. That's a lie. We were light. We were always throughout our whole conception, we always were different shades of brown. We weren't all one color. How could you be the salt of the earth and all look the same?
It's true, right? All pepper.
You just all looking like pepper? Yeah, you just all looking like pepper?
Man, every time when I would go to Mexico or something, they'd be like, Mexicano, eres de America, eh? And then, or like when I was in Virginia and, you know, I'm talking Spanish in the mall, at the cart and stuff, and, you know, I'm like, ¿Dónde eres, hermano? Like, where you from, brother? And they'd be like, the hell, like, don't talk to me. Or some people like, you're not supposed to be talking in Spanish. And these are people from South America and Central America.
Because you're light skinned.
Yeah, they're like, not you're born in America, you're American.
Because light skinned people that speak Spanish think that they're white. Light skinned Issachar swears up and down that they're white people. They swear to God that they are white, the white man reincarnate. And they run around acting like anything darker than them is a sin. They do that in every country though. Go to Nigeria, go to the Philippines, go to China, go to Brazil, go to El Salvador. They don't put nothing dark on the TV. They got Honduras, and Honduras got, I mean, come on, that's straight up Jews. Yeah. Straight up Jews, niggas. Right? Panama, same thing. I got a Panamanian cousin. Same thing. She's dark, beautiful.
Oh, like the brother used to come to class.
Carlos. He was from Panama, yeah. He was from Panama, and he had his mom. One was Panama, but one was from Jamaica. Yeah, same thing with my family. I got family that's born in Jamaica, but they live in Panama and they have kids and blah blah blah. But the point is, they water down the black. You go to Puerto Rico. Who said it? It was Daddy Yankee or Tego Calderon.
Yeah, Tego Calderon.
He was saying that Puerto Rico is 2 islands. You got the black part of the island, the Negroes, and then you got the white Puerto Ricans that don't belong there. They're not Puerto Rican. They're just Edomites that came over, took over. But he said you got black folks that is down here like Negroes. He said it. There was a whole documentary on it, and he acknowledges that they're black people, that they're Negroes. But he acknowledges that the white people, they're just there. They came, they learned Spanish, they took over, they put them in slavery. Voila! Right? So my point is, we're gonna be looking like everything. We mix with everything. Through all this time, we're gonna be looking like everything, man.
It's like my abuela, my dad's mom, she's like real nice, dark brown color, and then my dad looks like my husband.
It was real light. She said, you said
yeah, real
abuela?
light skin.
Abuela.
My abuela.
Right. Oh, abuela?
Yeah,
oh,
abuela
okay.
is
You
slang
took off this. Right, see? Issachar got slang too.
That's Nebraska. We don't talk about that.
It's
That's all right.
Go ahead, read on. Let's finish it up.
Verse 20.
That's that Nebraskan Spanish.
God.
Go ahead. It's that up north Spanish. Go ahead.
Well, where is Nebraska?
That's up.
Verse 20.
It's right about Bow. Go ahead.
And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Lord out of all nations upon horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and upon mules, and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, saith the Lord. As the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of the Lord.
They're going to be trying to bring these offerings to atone for sins, man. Here's your people back, don't kill us. That's what that's going to be about, right? Isn't that why we bring an offering? Here's an offering, here's the blood of this animal, don't kill us. Right. Go ahead, was that it?
Verse 21. And I will also take of them for priests and for Levites, saith the Lord. For as the new heaven and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another.
Right, from what?
One new moon to another.
Right, so in the kingdom we're gonna know when the new moon is. Go ahead.
And from one Sabbath to another.
We're gonna be following the Sabbath in the kingdom. Go ahead.
Shall all flesh come to worship before me.
Right, remember, he said, for as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord. So this is after the new kingdom. The kingdom is being established. The new heaven, the new earth. Right? We're gonna be acknowledging the feast days even in the kingdom. Here's more ammo. We went over this the other day though, right?
Yeah.
But here's the ammo to add with that Zechariah about keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in the kingdom also. Go ahead.
Verse 24. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me.
Right, the nation and kingdom that will not have me serve over them, bring them hither, and I will slay them utterly before thine eyes. Them bodies ain't gonna be buried; they're just gonna be there, perpetual remembrance. Right?
For their worms shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorring unto all flesh.
Abhorring. Abhorring.
Abhorring. From there, we're going to the book of Matthew.
Any questions on that, what we just read? If not, go to the next scriptures.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26.
And we're going to start at verse 20.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 20. Now, when the even was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me.
And they were exceeding sorrowful. And he began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me.
Lord, is it me? You already know it's you.
In your heart, you already know.
Yeah.
In your mind,
You already know that you got an ill will against your brother.
Man.
It's wild, man. Go ahead. But think about the character of Yahushua to endure 3 years being around that mind state. Remember, he said the scriptures say he knew what was in man. So he have I not chosen you 12, and one of you have he said, have I not chosen you 12, and one of you is the devil. That's the correct wording. One of you is the devil. Yeah. So think about it. He had to roll with the devil for all them years and not get upset, not get frustrated. I mean, come on, man. Dude was stealing money. They knew he was stealing. Yahushua knew he was stealing. Then to be sold for a shekel, a piece of silver. I mean, how many of us would have been able to keep our cool?
Like it says, I wasn't able to find it, but it's like enduring the contradiction of sinners.
Romans, it's Hebrews 12:3. That's one of my favorite. You go there. It's Hebrews 12. You might as well read 12, 1, 2. It's Hebrews 12 though. That's one of my favorites that I remember.
Hebrews chapter 12 verse 3.
Right, I got all these favorites and I can't remember them. But then where's that one at? It's my favorite. Right, read it.
For consider him,
right,
that endured such contradiction of sinners.
Yeah, he endured the contradiction of sinners. Hebrews 12:3. Go ahead.
Against himself.
Right.
Lest ye be wearied and faint in your minds.
Right. So yeah, it's telling you that Yahushua was the example of how to endure the contradiction of sinners or people that come against you. Or people that's going to roll with you and act like they're your friend and then betray you. Right. He showed you how to deal with it. Even when you and when you know that they're going to do something, how to deal with it. Yeah. He wasn't calling Judas out at every turn. Every lesson that he dropped, Judas was there to receive. Right. You see that? It was up to Judas to take hold. He didn't. Go back to Matthew.
Matthew. Chapter 26.
They be laughing at me online. They be laughing at me because I'm like, that's my favorite. She said another favorite? God, the whole book is my favorite. Yeah. God, the whole book is my favorite. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 24. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him. But woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Yeah. Then Judas, which betrayed him, answered and said, Master, is it I?
Like, is it me? Judas knew the power. Judas knew the power, but Judas was trying to be slick. But he knew that he knew. Mm-hmm. Or that he could have pulled his card, but he didn't. Right? Go ahead.
He said unto him, Thou hast said, 26. And as they were eating, Yahushua took bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to the disciples and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of the fruit of the vine until the day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom.
So we're going to be drinking in the kingdom. Should do that in there. in the class. We definitely gonna be hitting that wine.
Con.
If Christ gonna be drinking, I'm gonna be drinking too.
Right.
Right? I'm trying to sit right next to him. Like, I want that pure vine. But if we, where you at? Matthew's what?
26.
Oh, 26. Right, 26, 24. Hold up. So there was a part. Let's let him read through. But he said, "This is my body. This is my." As they were eating, Yahushua brake bread and blessed it. Verse 26, and brake it and gave it to his disciples and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." But what did we just read about in Exodus? Well, the giving of the law, and then all the people said, "What? All right, we will do it." Right? The body, the blood, that was the representation of taking on the life of Christ. The blood, yeah, we're going to take on that life. It wasn't about drinking his blood. It wasn't about drinking his blood and literally eating his flesh. It was about taking on the life and continuing in the things that they were shown while they roll with him. Taking on the Son of Man. The foxes have holes, the birds have nests, but the Son of Man have no place to lay his head. Taking on, like it says in Corinthians, though he was rich, he made himself poor for our sakes. Taking on, where it said he took on our sorrows and wore, basically put on our infirmities and took it upon himself. It was those things that bread and that blood symbolized. Y'all get that? Right. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine. See, I'm not going to drink this fruit of the vine, this wine, until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Hitting that no hangover strong. Yeah. I don't want no hangover. Where we at?
Last verse of the reading, or this part of the reading. Matthew chapter 6, 26 and verse 30. And when they had sung an hymn, they went out into the mountain.
It's Ezra's, man. I hope y'all are taking notes and read.
That's been happening the last few weeks.
Has it?
Yeah, like the Ezra's has been matching up with the.
Hey, the Spirit is with thou. The Spirit is with thou. Go ahead, read it. So, everybody got an Apocrypha? Okay, yeah, perfect. So this ain't we added the Apocrypha in so that we can get more reading in the Apocrypha. So we just added a chapter in. So sometimes it coincides, sometimes it don't. Buffering, because she's typing. It's only buffering because she's typing for a second. Bear with us. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra, chapter 14, and verse 1. And it came to pass on the third day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of the bush over against me, and said, Ezra, Ezra. And I said, Here am I, Lord. And I stood up upon my feet.
14 verse 1. You got 21 in there. Go ahead.
Then said he unto me, In the bush did I manifestly reveal myself unto Moses, and talked with him.
Right, so in Hebrews 1:1, where it says in sundry times and in diverse manners, the Lord spake unto the sons. Right? Let me not quote it and destroy it. Let me get the scripture, or somebody can get it.
Hebrews 1:1.
Yeah, read it.
Hebrews chapter 1 and verse 1. God at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets.
Right. You see those diverse manners? He's telling you, I came to Moses in a bush. Go ahead.
Hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds.
By whom he made the worlds. Right. So jump back.
Second Ezra chapter 14, verse 3, last precept. When my people served in Egypt, verse 4. And I sent him
and led my people out of Egypt, and brought him up to the mount of Sinai, where I held him by me a long season, and told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the of the times and the end, and commanded him, saying, these words shalt thou declare, and these words, and these shalt thou hide. 7. And now I say unto thee, that thou lay up in thy heart the signs that I have showed, and the dreams that thou hast seen, and the interpretation which thou hast heard. For thou shalt be taken away from all, and from henceforth thou shalt remain with my son, and with such as be like thee, until the times be ended. For the world has lost his youth, and the times begin to wax old. For the world is divided into 12 parts, and the 10th parts of it are gone already, and half of a 10th part. And there remaineth that which is after the half of the 10th part. Now, therefore, set thine house in order, and reprove thy people. Comfort such of them as be in trouble. And now renounce corruption. Let go from thee mortal thoughts. Cast away the burdens of man. Put off now the weak nature, and set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and haste thee to flee from those times. For yet greater evils than those which thou hast seen happen shall be done hereafter. For look how much the world shall be weaker through age, so much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein. For the truth is fled far away, and leasing is hard at hand. For now hasteneth the vision to come, which thou hast seen. Then answered I before thee, and said, Behold, Lord, I will go, as thou hast commanded me, and reprove the people which are present. But they that shall be born afterwards, who shall admonish them? Thus the world is set in darkness, and they that dwell therein are without light.
Verse 21. For the law is burnt, therefore no man knoweth the things that are done of thee, or the works that shall begin. But if I have found grace before thee, send the Holy Spirit unto me, and I shall write all that have been done in the world since the beginning, which were written in thy law, that men may find thy path, and that they which will live in the latter days may live. So, man, this is cold. Yeah. Wow, I'm gonna read verse 22. But if I have found grace before thee, send the Spirit unto me. So what is the Spirit?
Quickening spirit.
Isaiah 11:1. Right? So when they say in church, well, I got the Holy Ghost, and they start dancing around, you mean to tell me that Ezra was asking for powers to dance and to dance to the beat? He was asking for this? To be able to do the crip walk while the organs are playing? Nah. He asked for the attributes of Isaiah 11 and verse 1. Right? The spirit of wisdom, the spirit of knowledge, the spirit of quick understanding, the spirit of equity and righteous judgment. That's what he was asking for. You see that? You got your hand up?
Yeah.
What's that?
You answered it.
You said what?
You answered it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was your question? I like to know though. I like to know.
I
Just for everybody's edification.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like, what, like specifically, what was it in context to it?
Go to Isaiah 11:1.
Isaiah chapter 11 verse 1.
Because he definitely wasn't asking to do this, to dance like in church and vomit and shake and do the Harlem Shuffle.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, and start tapping his feet. He wasn't asking for that. And then start speaking some gibberish. Right? What was he asking for? Read.
Isaiah chapter 11. Do you want the point, sir?
Yeah, go to the point.
11 verse 2. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him.
Right. With the Spirit of the Lord is the Holy Spirit. Go ahead.
The Spirit of wisdom.
Right.
And understanding.
Right. Go ahead.
The Spirit of counsel.
Go ahead. See, counsel. He was, this whole time when you read this, you know what he's doing with Uriel the angel? He's literally getting counsel. Man, break down this dream. Oh, I got you. Boom. The dream you saw was the woman with this and this. Well, break down this interpretation. What was the lion? What was the feather? He was breaking down. He was asking counsel of Uriel. You know what? Bruh, go ahead and get you on a 7-day fast. Clean your mind out. You're going to eat herbs and plants. Right? And we're going to be able to break down some more of these dreams.
Oh, that's what we doing.
Yeah. He was basically, but he's being counseled here. Go ahead.
And might.
Read.
The spirit of knowledge.
The spirit of knowledge. See that? Go ahead.
And of the fear of the Most High.
Right. Uriel is showing Ezra the fear of the Lord. When you read we even get to 2nd Ezra 16 and 15 yet, where you start going into the plagues and all the stuff that's going to happen in the end. I mean, that would make you fearful and build some respect in you. Go ahead.
And shall make him of quick understanding.
Help me to quickly comprehend much in few words. Understand the dark parables. Help me to understand. So when you ask the Most High for this, like, oh, I'm in the spirit, that means you understanding quick. Oh, you moving quickly. Oh, your knowledge is coming up. It ain't, oh, you dance good. You speaking in some gibberish tongues that no one else can interpret and neither can you. It said the spirit of understanding. So how can you speak something that no one can understand? That ain't the spirit. Go ahead.
And the fear of the Most High.
And the fear of the Lord. Read.
And he shall not judge.
Right.
After the sight of his eyes.
Go ahead.
Neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor.
You see that? So this is what he was asking for. To not just be presumptuous and quick to pull the trigger on things. Let me get the full information before I make a judgment. This is what the Spirit does. The Spirit will enable you to make judgment and judgment calls even in the moment, but you'll be able to discern information the proper way. And not just go off of, well, I heard it, so that's what it is. Oh, well, I seen it, that's what it is. What about hearing it, seeing it, and putting everything together and then counseling about it? Maybe I misinterpreted what I saw. Maybe I misinterpreted what I heard. That happens too, right? What you heard wasn't meant to be heard in that way. It happens a lot. It happens a lot. Go ahead.
And reprove with equity
reprove with equity. Just like the men that were called with Moses to judge the people, they were supposed to reprove with equity. Go ahead.
For the meek of the earth.
Right. So real quick. So the Most High spoke directly to Moses and Ezra. Thought Yahweh Shai spoke to Moses. Lord refers to both Yahweh and Yahweh Shai here. Here he's saying, my son, this and that. Well, yes, the word Lord can speak of the Most High or of Yahweh Shai. The word God can speak of the Most High and Yahweh Shai. But when you read Ezra, right? Ezra is dealing with Uriel, the archangel. So when the angel says, my son, I mean, wouldn't Ezra be a son to the angel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's breaking down and teaching him. And then if he's speaking on the behalf of the Most High, it's still the same thing.
It's true.
It's still the same thing.
Chapter 4, verse 1.
2 Ezra 4:1. What you want? What does it say?
Uriel.
Yeah, 2 Ezra 4 and verse 1. And the angel that was sent unto me, whose name was Uriel, gave me an answer. So when we read in 2 Ezra 14, where it says, remember, a lot of these things was Ezra's prophesying in the spirit. Now, 14:1. And it came to pass upon the third day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of the bush over against me, and said, Ezra, Ezra. And I said, Here I am, Lord. And I stood up on my feet. Then said he unto me, In the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses. So, for one, the burning bush doesn't denote what angel came to Moses. We just know it was an angel in the burning bush. But it's telling you that same angel came and dealt with Ezra. Remember, Ezra is not that far from Moses. They're cousins. They're not that far in time, but that don't even mean anything. Angels don't deal with time. But the same angel that dealt with Moses in the burning bush is the same angel that came and dealt with Ezra in the burning bush. Now, when it said in Exodus, when the Lord said to Moses, Come and I'll teach you, that was the Lord. That was, who else is going to have all that wisdom? Not the regular angels. That was going to be Yahushai. So you gotta kind of tweak your mind into, make sure you read it in the beginning of the chapters. Know who's you got to know who's talking when, and just understand. Yes, the word Lord can be talking about the Most High. It could be talking about Yahushai. But guess what? It could also be talking about the angel. The angel, or the angel of the Lord. So sometimes it won't always say the angel of the Lord. It'll just say the Lord. The Lord said, but we know that the Lord himself, the Most High, didn't say it. It was either an angel or a representation of the Most High.
Because all of them are extensions of it.
Just an extension. That's it. But the Most High never ever spoke to anyone. Right. So now it's just breaking down and saying, well, who did Moses deal with? Moses dealt with Christ. Moses dealt with Christ. He said the Lord came and told him, come here. That was Yahushua. Like, who else is going to know to be? He said, I am Alpha and I am Omega. I am the beginning and I am the end. Who else is going to be the best person to give Moses the beginning? Wouldn't it be the person that created everything?
Yeah, from the beginning.
Who else is going to be the best person to give him the end? It ain't going to be the one that destroys everything? Who's going to destroy everything? When you read Colossians, it tells you Christ created all things for himself. He created angels, principalities. He said all things were created for him, by him. And all things will be destroyed by him. So the best person to give that first-hand account would be Yahushua. So that's where you kind of got to put your biblical knowledge, all of the different, just knowing who created what, who created, who's going to destroy it. You got to put all that thing into when you're reading, and you'll be able to get a better idea of who's speaking. When it says the Lord, when it says God, because just because it says God don't mean it's the Most High either. That's right. That could just be the powers, Elohim, right? Elohim is powers, judges, angels, right? Female judges. There's female angels. Oh, blew some minds, right? There's female angels. Let us make man in our image under our likeness. How could they make man and woman if there was no image of a woman to make women after? Right. The us was angels. Female and male angels were there creating man. What's that?
What was that one in Colossians, sir? You said?
Oh, Colossians 3:16.
3:16?
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah. I gotta make sure. I know y'all know it. I gotta make sure I go to it for the brother. What's that?
No, I was gonna say, I actually read something about that when you brought up the point of it actually being female angels. Because in other teachings, they say God only created like male angels, and you have to get deeper with yourself or more personal with yourself if a woman is able to, you know, reduce, then it has to go, even before it gets to that level, it has to go with the, you know, with the creator.
Yeah.
Everything has balance. There has to be this with that, you know.
Male and female created he them.
Exactly.
Let us make man in our image, in our likeness. So if women were created when man was created, what image of a woman did they have to create from?
It's true.
Female angels. Then you go into Zechariah, I believe it's 5, it tells you there was women with wings. It was female angels.
Here's a question.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Eric sent it.
Oh, what does it say?
It says Isaiah 66:16 uses the phrase his sword.
Right.
Instead of the sword or a sword, which seems intentional to me, we talk about the sword. Today we are talking about guns and missiles. Does the Bible go into detail about the sword Yahweh Shai will use when he comes back?
He said his wings was his turn.
Does it go in depth into the as far as the difference in the like guns and missiles and the modern sword and the old school sword? Is that what he's saying? Let me see. Right. We talk about the sword today. We are talking about guns and missiles. Does the Bible go into details about the sword? I was shot when he comes back. Let's see here. I might have to get back. I would have to look. Man. Hey, I know this, man. Christ ain't coming back to shoot no gun. I know that.
He's the Prince of
What's
Peace.
that?
Would Hebrews 5 and 12 work with that? All right.
Hebrews 5 and 12. Read it.
Hebrews.
Maybe it's not coming to me. Read it.
Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12.
Right.
For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword.
Right.
Piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit. And of the joints.
Well, remember one thing. There's going to be a literal sword.
Yeah.
There's going to be literal blood shed. When he said, my sword shall be bathed in heaven,
Right.
and my vesture shall be dipped in blood, like there's literally going to be literal blood. So that's going into the word of the Most High being sharp. Yes, we know he's going to be speaking the word, that fire. That's going to reprove, but there's going to be literal a sword.
Like a lightsaber.
Now, does it go in and talk about the type of? I would have to go in and dig deep on that one.
Yeah.
The sword of the Lord, right? We had a conversation like, "What's your sword?" Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, my sword is a Band-Aid. His sword. What was your sword again?
Bro, my sword's been evolving.
Right? You got that evolving sword. This is getting greater and greater. My sword is a Band-Aid. I'm here to heal, not cut. Yeah, I'm here to heal people. Let me see something here.
My sword is Tessaiga and Tenseiga.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into that, Eric.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Send me that one. Might do a nice little class on that if we can find some good scriptures.
Psalms. I have a suggestion.
Yeah, the words Alpha and Omega are Greek alphabet, not Khan, because the New Testament that was translated into Greek. So a lot of when you read about Saul, right? Paul, Stephanus, those are all Greek translation. So yes, the New Testament is translated into Greek. That's why you'll have Alpha, Omega. Yeah, those are Greek. That's Greek words. Khan. Let's see here. Right, you're right. You see, now you're getting it. Sarah referred to her husband as Lord. Yeah, calling him Lord. So, you know, anybody above you can be considered a Lord. You see that? So the angels, remember, when they were bowing to the angels, my Lord, like, nah, get up. I'm a brother just like you. Don't bow to me. Because we have that respect. You have something?
Yes, it's Psalms 45.
Going off of what? What are we talking about on this
With the
one?
sword.
Okay, what you got? Well, oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Go ahead. Dude, hold on. This just hit me. Go ahead.
Okay, it says, Psalms 45, verse 3, gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. That's
No,
I got one Revelations 1:16.
What you got?
And he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword.
Right.
And his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength.
Right. Well, remember that 2-edged sword is the law. But
Right,
but remember, people are literally going to be killed by a sword. See, y'all are using the allegory of sword like the law. It's the word of the Most High is sharp. It cuts. But we're talking about when it said the slain of the Lord shall be many. It's talking about an actual slaughter of people. Isaiah 63. When he said that, who is this with the garments dyed red? Speaking the word don't dye your garments red, but killing someone does.
Yes, that's true.
So there's a literal sword that is going to be wielded. It kind of just hit me, I think. Let's see here. Where it said the wicked is my sword.
Oh,
But even that,
That's still.
that's not really answering the question. I'd have to look into it, Eric. I'll look into it. It's not clicking on me right now. Because you're looking for something like specific. It might not explicitly go into it. I'd have to look. But we know there's going to be a sword.
Right.
I mean, Yahweh Shai ain't coming back to hold no gun and shoot no gun. Like, I'm not counting on that. That wouldn't even be fun. Right, that's all my missiles. Right, because that's the first thing that came to my mind. The glittering sword. That's talking about the missiles that are shot out of the nuclear silos. Slaughter first. Consume. Right, that's the same thing. Right, what's up?
What about Revelation chapter 14, verse 19?
Okay, what does it say?
It says, and the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it onto the great winepress of the wrath of the Most High. And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horses' bridles. So, a horse thing.
That's not it. No, that's not it. It's telling you that there's going to be a sword. He's asking a specific question. Let's see here. I'll have to look. I'll look, man. We can say yes all day. John 4. Oh no, that's that. 2nd Ezra 15. What did they put in? 2nd Ezra 15 and 5. Let's see here. What does that say? Where did I end off at? 2nd Ezra 15 and 5. Yeah, I mean it just says sword, famine, but he's specifically asking what sword will Yahweh Shai have?
Yeah.
I'd have to look. I'd have to look and see if it gives them some detail, but it's a literal sword though. That's the thing. It's not like he's just gonna be talking and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be a literal sword. There's gonna be a literal death and destruction, and people getting cut down. Where did I end off at?
23.
Verse 23. Yes, sir. No, I'll read verse 22 again. But if I have found grace before thee, send thy Holy Spirit unto me. I shall write all that have been done in the world. See that? You see this? Why did he say, send the Spirit unto me? He said, I will write all that has been done in the world since the beginning. Was he there? So how was he going to understand what was written in the beginning?
Through the Holy Spirit.
Give me the scripture. Which one is it? What scripture? What scripture is it? I'm a one. I mean, you're right. But what scripture is it? Or anyone who got it. So he said, but if I have found grace before thee, send the Holy Ghost unto me, and I shall write all that hath been done in the world since the beginning. How could he write what was done in the world since the beginning if he wasn't there? He was asking about the Spirit, right?
Hebrews 1 and 2.
No.
1 Corinthians?
No.
Nope.
Come on, it's in St. John.
John 1 and 1.
Yeah, y'all gotta know these. You gotta know these. These are foundational. What?
John 1 and 2?
Nope. Go to St. John 14:26.
Oh, man.
Go to Romans 15 and verse 4.
John chapter 14, verse 26.
Go ahead.
But the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost,
See that? Go ahead.
whom the Father will send in my name,
Read.
he shall teach you all things.
Go ahead.
And bring all things to the remembrance whatsoever I have said unto you.
Right. St. John 15 and 4. All things written aforetime are written for our learning. So the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, was going to bring things to the remembrance whatsoever I have said unto thee. So you didn't have to be there. As long as you had the Spirit on you, you would know what happened. That's why Ezra was saying that. Send me the Spirit so I can know what's going on. I can write about it. Right? And I shall write all that have been done in the world since the beginning, which were written in thy law, that men may find thy path, and that they which live in the latter days may live. He answered me, saying, Go thy way, gather the people together, and say unto them, they that seek thee not for 40 days, no, that they seek thee not for 40 days. But look thou, prepare thee many box trees, and take with thee Sariah, Dabria, Salamiah, Echanias, Asiel, these 5 which are ready to write swiftly. And come hither, and I shall light at the candle. And I shall write, at the candle of understanding. I shall light a candle of understanding, in thine heart, which shall not be put out till the things be performed which thou shalt begin to write. And when thou hast done some things, shalt thou publish, and some things shalt thou show secretly to the wise. Tomorrow, this hour, shalt thou begin to write. So again, some things shut up, some things show. He did the same thing to Daniel, Moses, John, that he's doing to Ezra. Some things you're going to publish openly, some things you're just going to deal with the wise. Then went I forth as he commanded, and gathered all the people together, and said, Hear these words, O Yasharallah. Our fathers at the beginning were strangers in Egypt, from whence they were delivered, and received the law of life, which they kept not, which ye also have transgressed after him. Then was the land, even the land of Zion, parted among you by lot. But your fathers and ye yourselves have done unrighteousness, and have not kept the ways which the highest commanded you. And for as much as he is a righteous judge, he took from you in time the thing that he hath given you. And now are ye here, and your brethren among you. Therefore, if so be that ye will subdue your own understanding, Zion's favorite scripture, and reform your hearts, ye shall be kept alive. And after death ye shall obtain mercy. Ooh, yeah, ooh. It's a good one. Very, very good one. Ye shall obtain mercy. For after death shall the judgment come, when we shall live again. And then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. Let no man therefore come unto me now, nor seek after me those 40 days. So I took the 5 men as he commanded me, and we went into the field and remained there. And the next day, behold, a voice called me, saying, Ezra, open thy mouth and drink that I have given thee to drink. Then opened I my mouth, and behold, he reached me a full cup, which was full as it were water, but the color of it was like fire. Damn. And I took it and drank it. And when I had drank of it, my heart uttered understanding, and wisdom grew in my breast, for my spirit strengthened my memory. Wow. Woo. And my mouth was open and shut no more. Remember, like John, who was it? Was it Daniel, where he said, "Take the scroll and eat it"?
Sweet in my mouth and bitter in my
Sweet in my mouth, bitter in my belly. Obviously, he didn't take the book of the Bible and eat it, right? But it's sort of the same instance here. What's that?
Is that like something that goes with like regeneration, spirit, and like that?
No. This is not speaking of regeneration. This is just talking about what's gonna. Let's look at it. Let's look at it in what we've been talking about. What did he ask for?
Understanding.
He asked for the Spirit. That's what he got. That's what he got. He got the Spirit. It says it. What else is going to make? The highest gave me understanding. Where's it at? Then opened my mouth and behold. And verse 40. And when I took it and drank it, and when I had drank of it, my heart uttered understanding and wisdom. So what is going to do that? The Spirit. That's all it's saying. Most High gave him what he asked for. He gave him the Spirit. Don't get caught up in the cup like fire, right? Because the word is like a flame.
Yes, it is.
You see that? He said it burned up in his chest. Just like when, was it Daniel? He said, take the scroll. Was it Daniel or John?
That was Daniel.
It was Daniel. He said, take the scroll and eat it. And he said it was bitter in my, sweet in my mouth, bitter in my belly.
Also, like in the book of Acts, where the fire came down, and it was the Spirit.
Well, no, you're trying to use it's two different. It's two different things. What's that?
It was Ezekiel.
That was Ezekiel though, when the fire came down and took up the altar. Yeah. But no, that's not. No. That's something different. I think that's something different. Where we at? Drank. My mouth was open and shut no more. Right, verse 42. The highest gave understanding unto the 5 men, and they wrote the wonderful. See, look, even they got it. They got understand. Why was it important? The understanding, because the things that they was going to be writing down, to really get the true understanding, it'll blow your mind out. You get the creation of the world and things like that. So.
Oh, it was John.
It was John.
It was John. Revelation 10.
Yeah, it was John. Right. So to get the understanding, they have to understand the things they were writing down, so they wouldn't just be dumb, flabbergasted.
These were those upper echelon scribes.
Yeah, bro.
To get this.
Upper echelon scribes.
Have a good reputation.
It said, and they wrote the wonderful visions of the night that were told, which they knew not. See that? They were writing down things they had no understanding of.
Wow, it was awesome.
And they sat, and they had to get the understanding that, look, we got a job to do. 40 days. They had to sit there with him. They couldn't, like, we got to go back to our families. So the Spirit had to be put on them to understand, wait a minute, that got to take a back seat. Let's handle this real quick. Right? They sat 40 days and they wrote in the day, and at night they ate bread. As for me, I spake in the day and held not my tongue by night. In 40 days, they wrote 240 books. I mean, come on. Come on. So, we know in part, we prophesy in part.
Oh, man.
How many books of the Bible we got?
80.
Is it 80?
Yeah, that's 80 books.
Even if this 80 was part of the 240, you're still missing 100 and what? 60? Yeah. Think about that. There's over 100 books that we don't have. even if you got these 80, and let's say these 80 were part of the 240 he's talking about. Let's just say you're still missing over 100 books. But see, but that's why there's that confusion where somebody could come out and say, yeah, this book is part of the Bible, and you're like, oh well, there are some missing books, right?
Yeah.
And then you just start reading it, and you're like, oh yeah. First of all, so I was reading the book of Enoch the other day. Actually, 2 days ago, I was reading the book of Enoch on the new moon. You know what the book of Enoch says about the moon, where it gets its light? So what does Genesis say the moon gets its light from? Like the moon, where does it get its light from?
There's two great lights inside the firmament.
Right. It's just a light on its own.
I was waiting for what I said.
The moon is a light that was created to light itself, to do a job. The sun was a light that was created to light itself, to do a job. The stars were lights to do a job. The book of Enoch said that the sun lights the moon. That's what it says. So
There's contradiction.
yeah, that's my point. That's my point. I've been in the darkness.
To shed the light.
I've been dipping into the caves, right?
That's nice.
I ain't gonna lie. I've been rereading that book of Enoch and Joshua, Jubilees. I've been reading them.
Okay.
And every time I read something, I'm like, ugh, that don't make sense. I'll take it, put it on my little Word document. I lost my Word document though. I can't find it. I had this whole class built. I can't find it.
Dang.
At all the different. Oh, it was nasty. It was nasty. It had all the different contradictions. Basically, what the scripture said and what Joshua, Enoch. It's not just about the book of Enoch, but Joshua, Jubilees, what they said.
Like a compare and contrast?
Yeah, and it's like, well, we know we got to follow the Bible, right? But then how come these books say something different according to whatever it's talking about?
That's true.
So I was scrolling through, I was reading it like 2 days ago, and it said, I'm looking for some stuff on the new moon. So it goes in about the moon is lit up by the sun. It gets its light from the sun. I'm like, that's not right. The moon was created to be the moon. The sun was created to be the sun. It lights himself. It lights himself. The stars light themselves through the power of the Most High.
That's right.
One for the day, one for the night. Voila!
Simple.
Right. But when you see, there's 200 books written, well, every book that's presented to you don't mean that it's a book of the Lord.
Right.
It said the making of books, there's no end.
Right.
That's what it says in Ecclesiastes.
There used to be a scientific, I don't know if it still is, but there used to be a scientific theory too that the sun refracted light off the moon. That's what it got.
Yeah, that's weird. But then think about it. If you look at the moon in the daytime, it's see-through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can't see through it.
Right? Because the moon don't need a sun from the light. The moon is celestial. The moon is a spirit. The sun is a spirit. The stars are spirits. They're celestial. They're not like we try to. Yeah, the moon needs light from the sun to light up, because that's how we think. We think like that, like, oh yeah, because it has to reflect light this way off the. Because how does it reflect the light off the earth? Then I've heard that too. It reflects off the earth, and then it bounces off the earth back up to the moon in some glorious way, and it does it so precisely that the moon is lit up for 12 hours in the night, automatic. Like, nah, man. The moon does what it does. The sun does what it does. That's why it says the moon don't transgress the commandment of the Lord. Neither does the sun. It says the sun runs in its course.
Yep.
It rises in the east and sets in the west every day. Because these are spirits that are created to follow. The stars, they're created to follow. They can't transgress the commandment of the Lord. You see that? So they don't need something else. They don't need something else. Even Dawiyah do it in there too. Even the earth has its own light.
Yep.
Remember, let there be light. That was day one.
That was day one.
Sun, moon, stars didn't come till day 5. So the earth already had a light. So the earth has its own light. That the sun has its own light. The moon has its own light. Awesome. He said he created a great light and a lesser light. Anyway, so y'all understand that, right? In 40 days, they wrote 204 books. 204 books. I said 40, it's a lot. 204 books, that's a lot. In 40 days?
Yeah.
Bro, imagine what you don't get done in 40 days. You got a month deadline, you like, damn, that deadline caught me. They wrote 204 books in 40 days, man. And it came to pass when the 40 days were fulfilled that the highest spake, saying, the first that thou hast written publish openly, that the worthy and unworthy may read it, but keep the 70 last, that thou mayest deliver them only to such as be wise among the people. For in them is the spring of understanding, the fountain of wisdom, and the stream of knowledge. And I do so.
Wow.
Any questions? No. Annotated notes. Esau says the moon gets its light from the sun. Yeah. So, when they block out the sun, is it going to stop the moon from lighting? Because that's what they're trying to do, right? Right, my bad. I said 240. Yeah, 204 books. I misread that. Salat, yeah. Yeah. Any questions on the reading? That's it for the reading. They teach us that the sun is in outer space and it lights the earth where space is dark. I mean,
God, like, how does all the space be dark?
But only the earth is lit up. Like the sun has like a tunnel vision on the earth. It don't make sense.
Yeah, like the light only shoots from one part of the sun.
Sun down, and then earth is like X amount of degrees below zero, but the sun is 10 million degrees hot. Does it make sense? It don't make sense. The sun,
galaxy.
The sun is in with the clouds. You ever notice on the brightest, sunniest day, the clouds will block the sun out? Think about that. The sun is not more powerful than the clouds. Think about it. The sun will be blocked. It'll be the sunniest day. Let the sun be beaming from right here, and let a cloud pass by. It's just it's a shadow. It's a shadow. The sun can't pierce clouds. Think about it. So you mean to tell me from that distance it's piercing clouds? When it doesn't make sense what they're saying. We know scripturally that the sun is inside the firmament with the moon, with the stars, with the clouds, and they're not millions of light years away. They're miles away. They're 50 zoom on your camera away, 100 zoom on a camera, and you can see the craters. Bro, I'm about to show you the pictures on my phone of the sun and the moon. Yeah. Yeah. This is beautiful. Golly. They showing clouds behind the sun. Yeah, like how could the clouds be behind the sun? But you know what's funny? Yeshaya always tells this story about his daughter. She took a trip to, I think she was going to the Philippines or something, and you know, the time difference. And they were coming up into the Philippines during, they're going east. So they're pulling up during sunset. And they told everybody, close the blinds, no photos. Because he was saying the sun was rising and you could literally see that the sun was right here. Right here in the firmament, right in the clouds.
Damn.
Yeah. He always talks about, he always tells us about that story. They told everybody, close the shades, don't take no photos of it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Bro, you know them pilots and all that stuff, they see some things, bro, when they fly in them planes.
I know.
And they report it back, and then they FAA rules and regulations. Yeah. You think they don't be seeing chariots zipping by? Talking about this turbulence. No, we got to take a whole other course. Bro, they see a lot of things in those cockpits. And a lot of things they don't see. But imagine seeing the sun rising. And you're in the sky watching the sunrise. Not from like a balcony and it's coming up over a horizon. Imagine being in the sky and seeing it. It gives you a whole different perspective. Ain't none of us, you ever seen that? I ain't never seen that. I've seen the sun rise from a horizon perspective, but what about an aerial perspective? It gives you a different view. It gives you a different view, man. The moon. Bro, the moon just be sitting there. The moon don't set.
Yeah, During the
During the daytime, you look and the moon's right there, and this is like a see-through cloud.
Yeah, that's true.
And then as the sun goes away, the moon starts to amplify its light.
Wow.
What's doing that? The Most High. He created it to do what it does. That's the beauty of the Lord, man.
Yeah, it is.
Esau lied again. They stay lying. How is the sun and the moon? How is the sun and the moon out at noon if we're all on a ball and Japan still has the moon? That's. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna go into that part of it. The ball or flat, you know. They lie about that too, though, because when you go into Genesis, it don't talk about that. There's no planets, there's no outer space, there's no solar system, there's no galaxies. Yeah. There's Earth, Sun, Moon, stars. That's it. Firmament, clouds, that's it. And then you have the heavens and the heavens of heavens, right? The third heaven. First heaven, which we can see. Second heaven above the firmament. Third heaven, which is where the Most High and the spirits dwell. So, when you read Genesis, it doesn't go into all the things they teach you in science, where they make the space module system, and they got the Earth, and all the planets revolve around the Earth, right? No, the sun, and they revolve around the sun, right? The sun is the thing that moves. The Earth is stationary. The sun is what moves and revolves around the Earth, right? It tells you that in Ezra. Tells you that in Ecclesiasticus. Anyway, Sabbath Shalom. Any questions on the reading? Any questions off the reading? Everybody's trying to go get warm, huh? All right. Imagine, Wapanya, let's rise and face the Is it the...
According to Wikipedia, the Flammarion engraving is a wood engraving by an unknown artist, so named because its first documented appearance is in Camille Flammarion's 1888 book L'Atmosphère, Meteorologie Populaire.
Oh yeah, this is dope. You got a firmament that's a dome shape with trees, the sun and the moon stars are in the firmament. Wow. This is look at that. Sun, moon, stars, trees, man, dome shape. That's crazy. Bro. And this is from 1888. This is from 1888. Remember, at one time they believed that the Earth was not round. In Columbus's time, right? That's what they say. You want me to do this? Let me get a bar. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Babakushai.
Babakushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aitha.
Aitha.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka'Allah.
Ma'aka'Allah.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Ha.
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 Shemar'al.
Shemar'al.
Chazach.
Chazach.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Samak.
Samak.
Magun. Yashar'Allah.
Yashar'Allah.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
And understanding.
And understanding.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
We ask.
We ask.
That you forgive us.
That you forgive us.
Of our sins.
Of our sins.
We ask.
We ask.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
Aitha.
Aitha.
Aitha. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
Read that inside. This is what I said. I just said it in Hebrew. Some of it.
So it says, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope always and forever. Amen.
Amen. Yeah, I went and got some glasses because I wanted to be part of the Glasses Brothers. I wanted to look smart.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Latananawa. Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Latananawa. A war. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Latananawa. Ha'ayah. Korah. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem
Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Latananawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to be anointed, we'll do that after class. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing
to give thanks unto Yahweh.
to give thanks unto Yahweh
And to sing praises to thy name.
and to sing praises to thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou,
Yahweh,
Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
It is that they shall be destroyed.
Forever.
Forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies shall perish.
For lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn. Shall thou exalt.
Shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm trees.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Hamalawat.
Ladawat. Hana. Matawa. Rama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Hashaman. Hatawa. Al. Harash. Yarad. Al. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Al. Panya. Madawat Yawa. Katal. Karan 1. Shayarad. Al. Harash. Excuse me, Salakia. Hararia. Tazaya 1. Kaya. Shum. Tazaya. Yahweh. Tazawa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayam. Ha'awalam. Aman.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
The water. Thum Yah. Amen.
Amen.
The circle up. Circle. Circle. Make a circle. So everybody in. Make a circle. Come this way. Somebody come this way.
I'm trying to move. Make space.
That just sounds hilarious.
Call it.
Men of Israel, I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatah. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael.
Get him a time. Start to face lovely sisters, the daughters of Zion. Imad Yom Shabbat. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Get him a time. Hands down. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back here on Monday. Shalom. Don't forget, get your Passover money in. Get your RSVP for Passover.
Hey, cutie pie.
Shalom.
Hey, mama. She was saying all the prayers all the time.
Oh, yeah, I be hearing her.
Can I get my friend? Can I get my little friend?
Pop me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the Eagles, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My ship is up next. No vex.